Hi, Robin. If you want to let the people online in, that would be great. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining. And yeah, I apologise. We are starting a little bit late. We've had a few technical problems this morning. So I'm Vitti Donino. I head the Anglian Centre for Water Studies. I'll say a little bit more about that in a bit. But I'm just going to do some general housekeeping, which feels a bit weird after a few years of online conferencing. So you found where the food is, so that's probably one of the most important things, and there'll be refreshments out in the foyer later as well. For those of you who haven't found them, the toilets are at the end of the foyer and keep left by the registration desk, and you'll find them there. There's no planned fire alarms today, so if the alarm does go off, we do need to get out of the building. Fire exits for those sitting nearer the back are out the way that you came in. For those of us sitting near the front, you can obviously still go out that way, but there's also an exit in front of you. So I think that's the housekeeping for the people who are in the room. Thank you for those of you who are joining online. It looks like we've got 46 of you at the moment online. So please, for the people online, if you can keep yourself muted whilst speakers in the room are speaking, and also don't use the chat until we get to the Q&A, please, because it gets a little bit, some people find it really distracting if there's a lot of chat coming through. We will, please do use the chat when we do get to the Q&A and the panel discussions. The way that's going to work, and I'll remind you again later, is that if you put a question in the chat, then my colleague Colette will be checking that and keeping people, keeping us up to date with what's coming through. If you want to voice your question, then use the hands up reaction. So if you go to the reactions button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you'll be able to put your hand up there for those of you who don't use Zoom very much anymore. The meeting's being recorded, so please be aware of that. And we've also got a graphic illustrator recording us today. So, so that's Rebecca, who's at the back of the lecture theatre. So what she's going to be doing is creating a visual representation of our two-day conference. So at the end, we'll have things that we can use for people who prefer to engage with images and pictures. We'll have something there for them as well, and we can all use it on our various social media, and we have a legacy of the event. So thank you, Rebecca. I think that's all the housekeeping. Anybody else, if I missed something? Okay. So, as I said, I'm Vittoria Donino. I head the Anglian Centre for Water Studies. So this is a centre that was created about 5 years ago now as a collaboration between UEA and Anglian Water. Since then, we've expanded that collaboration to other universities across the country, and other businesses are also collaborating with us. The purpose of the centre is to build on UVA's strengths, environmental and social science. In the water sector, a lot of what we do is obviously hugely relevant to the environment, but we also need people and policy makers to help us achieve what we need to make our rivers and our water systems clean and beneficial. So at the heart of that is collaboration. And from my perspective, when we're putting this conference together, is collaboration that I really hope that we have as a common thread that goes through days. Collaboration in terms of what the speakers are saying and what we hear from different speakers, from industry, from academics, from policymakers, from bringing those together. Collaboration for the coffee conversations that are really valuable for those of us who are in the room. And collaboration across after the event as well, that we can continue to work together and make sure that we achieve what we want to around our water resources. So this is a collaboration, obviously, with UEA. I work for Anglian Water. So Joe Gear is now going to kind of say a little bit more about UEA and the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change, who are co-hosting this event.
Thanks, Vitti. And thanks, everyone, for coming in person or joining us online. As Vitti said, I'm Joe Gear. I'm the director of UEA's Water Security Research Centre. So I'll tell you a little bit about that and also about the Tyndall Centre. So the UEA's Water Security Research Centre was informally established in the in 2009, and I can see there's a couple of the original founders in the audience, Bruce and Mark there. Hello. And then formally approved as a research centre in February 2011. Since then, we've continued to connect researchers across UEA in the faculties of science, social science, and medicine and health sciences. And I'm very grateful that we've been able to work together with the Anglia Centre for Water Studies. Vitti and I connect regularly and chat about things. So we're happy to co-host this conference. And as she said, to connect researchers and practitioners, that's one of our core aims. And we believe that's key to addressing the challenges that we're facing now and will face in the future as well. But also, so importantly, through working with researchers from the Tyndall Centre, with leadership from Robert Nichols and Helen Hay, who are here in the front and will be chairing sessions. We've had a focus of our thinking on how climate change may impact water uses, management, and water security. The Tyndall Centre for Climate Change is headquartered at UEA and is a partnership of universities. It was founded in 2000 to conduct cutting-edge interdisciplinary research on solutions to climate change and provide a conduit between scientists and policymakers. So very much in line with the aims that Vitti's just described. With nearly 200 members ranging from PhD students, researchers to professors, the Tyndall Centre represents a substantial body of the UK's climate change expertise from across the scientific, engineering, social science and economic communities. The Tyndall Centre has 4 research themes, including building resilience and overcoming poverty with climate action, which have strong water dimensions linked to that. We were also very fortunate before today to secure some Natural Environment Research Council funding through Climate UEA to co-host a series of early meetings as preparation for this conference. Many of our speakers today and tomorrow joined those early discussions, and this has facilitated some truly interdisciplinary thinking and conversations around our key themes of rural and urban water use, integrated assessment, nature-based solutions, and water and health. So in a moment, I'll hand over to Peter Simpson. I'll just say a little bit about him first, if that's okay. So after completing an MSc in analytical chemistry here at UEA, Peter joined Anglian Water as one of its first graduate management trainees. Since then, he's remained with the company, with spells working in America, Europe, and Asia. Peter became the CEO of Anglian Water Group in 2013 and was recently named one of the UK's top 100 environmental influencers in the inaugural 2022 ENDS Power List. He is co-chair of the Prince of Wales Corporate Leaders Group, which influences at a national, EU and global level to reduce carbon emissions and to champion resource efficiency in water, energy and other natural resources. He has also recently joined the Board of Trustees of WaterAid, where Anglia Water are leading the Beacon project in Nepal, and we'll have Hannah Gray speaking about that in the session this afternoon. Peter's career exemplifies his passion for sustainable water management in a changing environment, and we're all delighted that he's agreed to be our keynote speaker today. So if you would like to come up.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I was terribly embarrassed when people start trawling through all that sort of stuff. Now, I'm told I've got to stay in this area or you won't hear me. For those of you who know me presenting, I normally wander long distances. So if I do start to wander, just put your hand up and I'll come back. So if you put the next slide up, please. So this is the title of the presentation, Creating Environmental and Social Prosperity in a Climate Critical Decade. And maybe the key thing in this is, well, that's interesting, but how? How do we actually do that? What are the sorts of things we can do? What can we do as businesses on that journey? So I have to say, it's absolutely fantastic to be here today. It's great to be here as part of the Centre for Water Studies. It's great to be working with friends at the Tyndall Centre, and it's fantastic to see so many of you here, but also so many online. It seems only yesterday, but it was 6 months ago that COP26 was up in Glasgow. I had a nice week up there myself. The first week, we were the only water company actually to have a decent presence in the so-called blue zone. And as always, I learned a tremendous amount. But the key thing I learned about it all was the opportunity there is, particularly for business, to make a really significant difference. There was an awful lot that was covered in the press about what nations were agreeing between themselves and what India was and wasn't doing, or what China was and wasn't doing. What I really took away was actually the huge momentum that I saw and the examples I saw of what business could actually do on the journey, particularly to net zero. And as I'll mention in a minute, the role of water and the impact on water of the changing climate really came to the fore at this particular COP in a way that it hasn't before. And I guess one of the things I draw out, and I'll take you to the conclusion is the way in which we do this is to collaborate and work very closely together, perhaps in groups that we haven't had together before, and to drive opportunity and innovation as opposed to purely thinking about this as risk and downside and the negative. And to give you one quick example of the way that things are moving, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, well, yeah, I don't really see that. If I go back just 10 years and I think about our results presentations, now this is not my favourite time of the year, going down to London, presenting the company's results, however brilliant they are, it's just not great because you're looking at a very big audience and it's quite high pressure. It's all online throughout the world because the investment base is throughout the world. And if I went back 10 years and thought about the sorts of stuff we talked about, we had some front slides that I did, and then there were slides that the CFO did. And the CFO slides were generally 90% of the presentation, and the ones that I were the remaining 10% talking about what the business was actually doing. And the reason for that is nobody was really interested in anything I had to say. The only thing they were interested in were the spreadsheets and the numbers, so what's actually happening to the profit after tax, what's happening to earnings, what's happening to derivatives, are you in the money or out of the money on derivatives, what's your covenant headroom. It was all that detail. They loved it. But I kept going, well, hang on a minute, the thing that drives all of this or doesn't drive it is all about the business and the environment it operates in. If I move that forward and think about our results last week, and I think about the slide deck, I think there were 35 slides in this whole total slide deck. Over 20 of the slides were all about sustainability, our journey to net zero, and resilience. And they're not like that just because that's what we want to talk about, but it's because the audience is saying, where is it? We want to see where you are. So you made these commitments on net zero. Where actually are you on that glide path? So that's one big change, and you see that sort of emulated globally as well. But the other one is the opportunities that come out of it. As a result of our credentials around driving towards net zero, we've been able to raise finance much more cheaply than we would ever have been able to do before. We were the first utility to raise green bonds. We've raised over £1 billion worth of green bonds. So what you might say, well, the so what is actually we're using our carbon credentials to get money lent to us at lower rates. And the so what is that means people's water bills are lower and actually we can do more investment. So there's some really tangible reasons and opportunities off the back of the challenges in front of us. So there's one thing I'd like you to go away with is don't just go away thinking, oh, woe is us, it's a disaster. Is it going to be 1.5 or 1.6 or 2? Let's just think about some of the opportunities as well, because I think that's the way we can engage perhaps some of those groups that we haven't had engaged so far. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to trawl through all the outcomes of COP, but there were a few things to me which were really important. So for many of the COPs, we've been trying to get water up the agenda, and we actually had a water pavilion in the blue zone, which was, again, you might say, well, yeah, what's that? Well, this was a part of the blue zone which was totally focused on what's actually the impact on water as a result of the changing climate. And it was fantastic because we got lots of different groups together in a way we wouldn't have done before. And we had lots of conversations that frankly weren't happening around water at previous COPs. There was also a resilience hub. And this was really important because one of the objectives of COP26 was to get resilience and adaptation further up the agenda. It's been the thing that hasn't really been talked about enough. And there was a resilience zone, and I'm delighted to say we were very much part of it. We co-sponsored it. And as I'll say later, we had a presentation about one of the big schemes that we're doing, which is building resilience, particularly into parts of the fens. So resilience, adaptation to climate change, water, these were features of COP26, and they just haven't been at the same level before. So that was really, really positive. But the other thing was that point I made earlier about business. Businesses were there. And the really inspiring thing was listening to businesses about what they were actually doing, as opposed to just total fixation on national targets. So I would say 95% of all the conversations I had in a week were with other organisations about what they were doing on their journey to net zero, or what they were doing to adapt to the impact of climate change, and what we could learn from each other. And I thought that was incredibly powerful. So I ended up having two different conversations. People who've been in the main chamber listening to the national dialogue coming out and say, holding their heads up and saying, well, 2070 India disaster. And I was going, well, I think it's progress, actually. Make a commitment's progress. But anyway, I've been in the blue zone. It's been absolutely fantastic. You know, we just heard how we might actually do some of this as opposed to completely fixating on sets of numbers. So I think it's really important that, you know, particularly running businesses as I do in sort of Anglian Water, that we recognise our commitment and the importance of what we actually do on behalf of our customers. You know, our customers expect us to step into this area. Maybe 20 years ago they didn't. Now they expect us to step in and play a proactive role. Next slide, please. So where did our journey start? Well, our journey started very much around the impact of climate change. So if I'm going back to the early 2000s, you know, we sat there as a company thinking about what was happening globally and thinking, well, blimey, this climate change thing is going to have a profound impact on Anglian Water and its geography in a way that a much more extreme impact on us than many of the other water companies in the country. Largely because we sit in a very dry area. We have about 70% of the average annual rainfall in this part of the world. We're very flat. Obviously, we've got a long coastline. A lot of that is very low lying. Yeah, there's lots of reasons why. But also, the region's growing. Housing growth has been a feature of this region for many, many years. We've been growing at typically anywhere between 20 and 25,000 houses every year since pre-privatisation, so pre-1989. And that's a picture that's anticipated to continue. So when you combine those things together, you can see it puts a real pressure on our ability to proceed in a sustainable way. You know, how do we actually make best use of the resources we've got in the region? And how do we make sure that that growth takes into account the future changes to the climate, but also takes into account what's going to be, you know, what we need to kind of ensure is a sustainable picture for the region moving forwards. And on the right-hand side, you know, we set out some big ambitions as a company in our strategic direction statement. You can see them there. You can see that's where we put this commitment to net zero. You can see this is where we put our commitment to improving ecological quality of catchments. But you can also see the point about resilience. So resilience to the impact of drought and flood. And when we think about the impact of climate change at Anglian Water, and we go to the extremes and say, how bad can it get? Well, the two extremes are you put people underwater or they haven't got enough water. It's quite simple in that respect. So we made it that simple. And enabling sustainable economic and housing growth. So it isn't about allowing houses just to grow across the region willy-nilly, but it's actually how do we actually enable that growth to take place, but in a way that isn't going to damage the environment, and actually in a way that could improve the environment. So some big challenges. And that strategic direct set ambitions is very much part of what we laid out way back in 2009 when we were one of the first organisations to start talking about resilience. Resilience became the word at the time, and that was written in our strategic direction statement then. Next slide, please. So some of you will have heard the speech a little while ago from Sir James Bevan, Chief Executive at the Environment Agency. It was his Jaws of Death speech, basically highlighting the fact that if we don't make some changes, we're going to run out of water. Simple as that. If we translate that Jaws of Death to Anglian Water, you end up with the graph on the right-hand side. The really key thing to be aware of there is that ultimately doing nothing means that we will run out of water, because what's happening is climate change is reducing the amount of water that's available to us, but also the environment is requiring more water than historically we've given it. And of course, climate change impacts the environment. You know, they're part of the same thing. So we are significantly reducing the amount of water that we take out of the environment as Anglian Water. despite the fact that we actually need more of it to supply this growing population. So the jaws of death for angling water are real, and it isn't just about where we end up to in 2040. It's actually about where we are in this next few years. And there's a huge amount of work which I'll touch on in a minute about what we are doing right now. So if we were to be doing nothing right now, there are parts of our region by the end of this 5-year period where we'd be struggling to supply water in those really hot conditions that we've got at the moment. So it's one of those things which is right at the heart of us. Angling water has to have water, otherwise it doesn't do what it says on the tin, does it? So the jaws of death, it's quite a dramatic title, but at the heart of our strategy is actually how do we make sure that we do the right thing for the region, the right thing for the communities, our customers, but also the environment, and ensure we don't get into a place where we're having to make really, really difficult decisions. Next slide, please. So coming to that point about this is about water. So what do we do? What do we do in that scenario? Well, how do we make best use of the water we've already got? Well, that's about trying to encourage customers to use less of it, about smart metering. It's about leakage. We're already the lowest level of leakage of any of the water companies, but we've got to take another 30 million litres a day out of our leakage to make better use of the water that's already there. But it's also about interconnecting our region so we can make better use of the water we've got. To recognise that at the moment we don't have a system where we can just move water wherever we want it. We've got lots of discrete systems. We need to find ways to interconnect them. And that's really about the strategic pipeline, which you can see in the top left-hand side, a very long pipeline, over 400 kilometres, which is coming down from the Humber Bank down to Essex. It's interconnecting with lots of our existing systems, and it's the reason why we'll be able to reduce and cease abstraction from many of the chalk aquifers, which are under so much pressure at the moment. So a huge project. It's something we're having to do inside 5 years. We've got about 2.5 years left to get it done. It's a huge engineering project, one of the biggest that's been done in the country, actually, since probably natural gas came on shore. But one particular thing I wanted to just highlight is why is it taking so long to get there? And what was it that led to that sort of set of standards that enabled us to do this? And it goes back to a conversation back in 2012 when the then DEFRA minister, a gent by the name of Rory Stewart, invited 3 chief executives into a room. And myself and there was also the chief executive of Thames at the time there. And he sat us down and he said, he leant back in his chair and he said, "What's on your mind?" The first time it's ever happened. Never happened to me before that. I never had a Secretary of State or a minister actually say, "What's on your mind?" Normally they're quite keen to kind of lay out an agenda. And I said, "Well, it's angling water without any water minister," because I happened to be sitting right next to him, and I thought I'd use the opportunity, which shocked him. And then Martin, bless him, from Thames said, "Oh yes, and the Olympics. You do realise how close that actually got to not having enough water?" And he said, "No." So we then spent a bit of time talking to him about what was going on, and he said, to his credit, "Right, okay, I want to do something about this. I want you to go away, get the industry together, and develop a framework for how water companies can work together and share water and plan for the longer term and build in greater resilience standards." And he then gave us, which I won't go through all the detail, but he gave us some ideas about how we might best position that. So that was things like developing the project, getting decent peer learning, engaging certain key individuals. The upshot of it all was there was something that came out of this bit of work. About 6 months later, we got the whole industry together. It was called the Long-Term Water Resource Management Planning Framework. Yeah, I know. I know, crazy. The one thing we didn't spend any time on was branding, as you probably gather. Anyway, what that ultimately became was the platform for a lot of the changes that then subsequently took place. It became the platform for enshrining in the standards we work to the resilience standard of 1 in 250 years. So we have to build to resilience of about 1 in 250 years, and that's going to 1 in 500 years. That unlocks all sorts of things in terms of how we think about our planning in water resource management planning. You can see Jeff Drought sitting in the front row here, who does a lot of this stuff for us. He's nodding, fortunately. So that's become the platform. And the way in which companies work together, the way in which we cooperate and collaborate now is entirely different to how it was before. We've got a national plan as to how we're moving water around. We know what's going on in other regions. We know the big supply schemes that are planned. We know how they link to our schemes. We know what different regions are doing. We're collaborating in a very, very different way before. And we're using this framework, essentially, that we all worked on together to get that done. And it wasn't just water companies, it was a much broader audience. So a lot of stuff going on, but also the opportunities to collaborate and think differently is what's driven what we're doing at the moment. So next slide, please. So if I mean, that was obviously a quick dip into one aspect of how we're adapting and thinking about building resilience and mitigating the impact of climate change. But the other thing that became pretty clear to us, probably back in about 2008-9, was it was no good us just focusing on adaptation, because we had this vulnerability to the impact of climate change. It became really obvious that we had to show some leadership. We had to lead on the impact. Not just lead on the adaptation, but lead on how we mitigate the impact of climate change. That's when we set out some big ambitions. We started with the idea of halving the capital carbon in everything we build. So we said, well, we're building lots of stuff. It would be criminal, wouldn't it, just to still be building with the same level of carbon intensity, using the same concrete, building the same assets, burning carbon that way. So we set an ambition. Our previous asset management director, a guy called Chris Newsom, had the idea. 20% reduce the cost, 50% carbon. So you can't let costs go up. Actually, costs are going to come down. And do you know why it's going to come down? Because we're going to engage everybody. We're going to collaborate. We're going to engage our entire supply chain. And we're going to make, we're going to stick to this. The upshot of that is we've hit 63% against that 2010 baseline, everything we build, whether that's a small asset or whether it be a big treatment plant. Over the whole thing, we're 63% down and well over 20% lower cost, probably close to 30%. Why? Collaboration and innovation, because what we couldn't do is do it in the same way we've always done it. That wasn't possible. It wasn't possible to make incremental changes to halve carbon and take 20% of the cost out. Guess what? You had to come up with entirely different solutions. And we did. And if I'm making it sound easy, it wasn't. It was really hard. It was really hard. For about 6 months, we didn't build very much because we just watched stuff come in and go back out again. Oh, we've got it. We're nearly there. 25% off the capital carbon and 5% off the cost. We know you set this big goal, but this is probably good enough, isn't it? No, you didn't hear the question. So it was hard, and we had to stick to it, but we did. And it's led to all kinds of different innovations. It's led to the way in which we design works, the way in which we brought virtual reality into the business. It's brought standard products. It's brought a lot from automotive into water. It's led to us embarking on projects with others like. And there's one just down the road here where we heat a greenhouse, enormous greenhouse, which I think out of there they do about 5% of the tomatoes. And it takes waste heat from our large water recycling centre at Whittlingham. We've got another one at Bury, which is the other 5%. So 10% of the UK's tomatoes coming from what's traditionally a waste heat. 70% reduction in carbon. So that's, in that case, for one of our partners, Host House. So loads of examples, very different thinking, but collaborating, working with a very different group of people. Next slide, please. So these collaborations, they extend extremely widely. One area which I think has been really positive in the water industry is there's something called an innovation fund. It was developed by our economic regulator. And it's sort of recognising that we as companies have got this ambition to reach net zero. So Anglian embarked upon this journey, net zero by 2030. Ultimately, we and a couple of other companies persuaded the rest of the industry to get on board with this. And now every single water company has an ambition to achieve net zero by 2030. More than that, we have worked together on a route map to get to net zero by 2030. Again, why does that matter? Well, it matters because actually we've got a good understanding about how our collective thoughts about how best to get there and where the gaps are as well. And therefore, where do we need to have the innovation? Where do we need to be using this innovation fund that Ofwat created to actually target action? And that's led to lots of different configurations of companies working, not just water companies working together, but lots of other aspects of our supply chain and with academia. And it's just different. It's very different. Again, standing here, I think that's blindingly obvious. Why didn't we do that in the first place? But it didn't. That's not how it worked. It's not how it's worked for the last 30 years, but it's how it's working now. And it's the only way, in fact, that we'll hit net zero by 2030 as companies. So a common route map, shared understanding, collaboration, focusing on the areas that are gaps. Things like process emissions, which is one of the biggest issues and biggest challenges for a water company. So as the grid decarbonises, you know, we'll get the benefit of that. We're very energy intensive as a company, that will happen. But the real crux of it for 2030 comes to what we can do to reduce process emissions. So particularly where we're bubbling air, traditional technology, bubble air through wastewater, let all the microorganisms go mad, good result. Well, it's not necessarily good for process emissions. Nitrous oxide emissions, methane, but particularly nitrous oxide, that's where the emissions will be in 2030. So what are we going to do now to tackle that? And rather than just Anglian Water thinking on its own, what are we doing collectively? Lots of other projects underway. One of the ones that's sort of referenced on here, enabling water smart communities. I think that was a £5.5 million grant, and that's essentially about saying, how do we get communities engaged in flood, the impact of climate change on their communities in terms of water quality, flood and availability of water itself. What does that actually mean in terms of if we design genuinely sustainable communities? What does that actually mean? What does sustainable urban drainage in the next 10 years need to look like in light of the climate change challenges? So a lot of people working on that. We've got loads more. We've got a new treatment works that we're building for Cambridge, which is going to very much target that issue of process emissions. So we're going to be hydrolysing water on the final effluent, creating the oxygen and hydrogen. So I can remember something vaguely from my days of chemistry here. The hydrogen is going to be used on engines on the works itself. The oxygen is going to be used in a new process. Basically, it's kind of a reverse membrane thing where you put the oxygen down the membrane and you let the biological activity take place on the membrane itself. The big benefit of that is it's very efficient, but also it's massively better in terms of nitrous oxide emissions. So that's an example of yet another one. And we're doing that as part of a sharing more broadly across the industry. We're building the works, £250 million works, but the learning that's going into the design and all the rest of it is being shared because that's a common challenge. The one I want to just touch on a little bit more detail, so next slide please, is Future Fen's integrated adaptation. Next slide please. Thanks. Must remember to say next slide separately rather than weaving it into the narrative. It gets lost somewhere, doesn't it? So Future Fen's integrated adaptation, again, it's not the best title. We perhaps ought to take some advice from somebody about what we're branding all these things, but the substance is really good. It's really solid stuff. So what does this mean in terms of collaboration and innovation? Well, if you sort of step back and say, well, we've got some big challenges in terms of water supply. We will not only need to do the demand side management stuff, so smart metering and leakage and that big pipeline, but we also are going to need more storage. We probably need two big reservoirs, sort of 55 billion litre reservoirs, size of Grafham Water, for those of you who know Grafham. One probably in the Fens and one in South Lincolnshire. And not in too distant a future, sort of 2035 onwards, we'd start building one of these reservoirs. What would be a heinous crime is to build those purely for public water supply without considering what the other needs and uses of water might be. What would be a heinous crime is to ignore the fact that there is a bit of a link between flood and availability of water. So if you can, I mean, it's blindingly obvious, but if you can actually think about managing water and controlling water, that gives you the ability to hold water back and perhaps increases your yield on the reservoir. So maybe there's an opportunity there. And perhaps if you think about, rather than as we do at the moment, think about all things in silos. So I don't know, the A47 is going to be dualed at some point in time. It sits at the top, on the top of a flood defence, 6 metres in the air. If you dual that particular road at the moment, that's going to be quite expensive. Even I can work that out. But actually, if we managed maybe put a barrier on the knee, that would enable us to actually think about flood in that part of the Fens very differently. So what happens if we combine all of these things together? Well, actually, all of a sudden, you begin to realise that rather than Anglian Water thinking about a public water supply reservoir in glorious isolation over here, we then say, well, what are the other water companies that are effective? Well, Cambridge, definitely. So how do we work with Cambridge on this, not just Anglian Water? How do we think about agriculture? So Water Resources East, one of those logos down there, is an organisation which was formed originally by Anglian Water to engage a very, very broad group of organisations. I think there's probably 150, 160 different organisations part of WRE now. And that was about multi-sector thinking about water. So we don't go into this and ignore agricultural needs in the most productive farmland in the country. We think about, well, where could we put the reservoir? And if we put it there, could we make better use of some of the internal drainage board assets? And would that enable us to support agriculture in what is going to be an even more challenging climate? So you begin, and if we did it in this way, maybe we can manage flood differently. We can hold water back at different times, and that will open up a whole raft of different options, not just increasing the yield of the res. So it's just an example of some very different thinking, because we don't think about managing water resources in this way traditionally. Traditionally, water resource management planning was a marvellous discipline, Jeff, isn't it? Marvellous. For those of you on the camera, he's in the front row and he's nodding. But it's fantastic, but it was very much water company centric. How do we take that and apply it much more broadly and get everybody engaged with that? And so rather than farmers just thinking about 1 year service reservoirs and then being surprised when they're empty, how do we actually engage in this and get agriculture engaged in some of these challenges? Well, they are, absolutely, and they're joined at the hip with us on a lot of the ideas around here. The next slide, please. And I thought it'd be appropriate just to kind of bring it back down to earth as well, because I'm shifting over timescales and I'm shifting over geographies. And the reality is we see the impacts of climate change here and now. This is not something that we're just saying, oh, that's interesting, let's do some blue sky thinking, and in maybe 10 years' time we'll have come up with some plans. It's here and now. And this is a good example. I mean, that's Lord Dannett, he was ex-chief of the Defence Staff. He's done some amazing work actually here in Norfolk, leading something called the Norfolk Strategic Flood Alliance, slightly better logo perhaps. And what that's about basically is saying, let's just get the right organisations together to work on what the plans are for dealing with some of the extreme flooding that we saw in the early part of last year and the few months of the previous year, where we saw exceptional levels of rainfall on saturated ground, which led to a lot of the aquifers in this part of the world going above historic norms, off the hydrograph. We'd never seen aquifers at the levels we've seen them. So water was coming out the top and flowing across and straight into sewage systems and surcharging. It was really difficult. Caused a lot of flooding. The answer to that is not for the internal drainage boards or for Anglian Water or for the Environment Agency or for farmers or for local communities to work in isolation. The answer is actually joining together and saying, well, okay, what's the plan? In this geography, in this particular geography, this particular village, what is it? What are the components and how do we tackle all of them? So is it about the fact that a farmer hasn't actually cleared out a ditch? Is it about the fact that the Highways Authority hasn't cleared out a gully? Is it about some problem with Anglian Water's assets or pumping stations? Or is it something that the local community are doing? And the answer is, well, get that plan together amongst that group, get the ownership of it, and you get a different solution. And that's a great example. But again, it's about collaboration and a bit of different thinking, but at a very local level. And there's some fantastic examples of the progress that's been made in a relatively short space of time. And due credit to Lord Dannett for doing some fantastic work in that space. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to conclude really by saying, I hope I've given you some answers about clues maybe about how we might do this thing about creating that environmental and social prosperity in this very challenging environment. When I was at COP, I was there when I heard the Greta was there, and she was outside certainly, and she was talking, and she was doing the blah 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 thing, and I was a bit disappointed, to be quite honest, because I try not to do that. But in all honesty, I did see a lot more momentum. I particularly saw business engagement, and I did see a lot of companies not spending time on arguing about what a target was, but just trying to understand what they do and how they go about it and how they could collaborate and how they could learn from each other, which was quite exciting and actually quite different to how it's been before. I don't think there are any simple solutions to this stuff. I don't think there's any silver bullets. I think as soon as we start, people are tempted to jump on the bandwagon and say, oh, we found it, hydrogen, or we found it, it's always the, oh, that's fine, it's all be okay. I think it's quite complicated, actually. I don't think it's simple. But I do think that working together, we've got the ability to make a big difference. And the challenges are obviously too big for any individual organisation to take on. So it's really important that we collaborate, across sectors and also across geographies, so that we share that sort of learning. So I shall conclude at that point. I'm happy to take any immediate questions, but I think I'm on a panel afterwards as well, Vicky, is that right?
Yep. So what's going to happen now, as Peter said, there's a few minutes for individual questions. He'll join the panel later. people who are online, if you want to ask a question, please put either your hand up, so you'll find the hand up thing in the reactions button at the bottom of the screen, or type your questions into the chat. Colette will then kind of let us know that there's a question online. People in the room, please put up your hand if you'd like to ask a question, and Joe will run around with a microphone. So wherever you are, can you just start answering the question with your name and where you come from, so your affiliation. That would be great, so we know who we're talking to. So any questions either in the room or online? Colette.
We have one online from Manoj Joshi.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, that was a really interesting thought. Oh, sorry, Manoj Joshi, School of Environmental Sciences and the Climatic Research Unit here at UEA. I had a question about your jaws of death plot. I mean, one key thing about thinking in the future up to, say, 2045 is uncertainty in global and regional temperature and precipitation change. But I don't think your plot showed that. Could you comment on uncertainty in the context of that jaws of death plot?
Well, we basically work, in terms of climate change, we work on back from the scenarios that come from UK SIP. So there's a sort of central assumption that we actually have in that plot around it. So yes, there is uncertainty around that. Yeah, it isn't plotted on that particular graph because we've just simplified that to present today. Does that answer it?
Okay, yeah. So I guess that's like some central assumption or something.
Yeah, exactly. It's a central assumption, but there are boundaries around all of everything we're doing there, obviously.
Okay, I mean, how wide is the uncertainty in the context of that plot? Is that?
I'll ask Jeff to answer.
Okay, right.
I will say more about it later in my talk, but there is something called headroom on that plot, which accounts for the uncertainties in climate change, demand, supply, and so on. It's around about 50 million litres a day. So it's big, it is big, but actually quite small if you consider that we tend to push out around 1,100, 1,200 million litres a day. So it's relatively small compared to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Hiscott here.
Hi, Kevin. Nice to see you.
Sciences. Yes. You didn't mention at all in your talk anything around demand management in terms of our behaviour as customers reducing our needs, because I mean, are we convinced we need a new or two new big reservoirs, or can we save some water personally to meet that challenge?
It's a great question. I mean, I guess in the time, what I focused there on was smart meters. So when we talk about demand management, we talk about what we do as a company, reducing leakage, but reducing consumption is a pivotal part. We've done a lot of work introducing smart meters. We've got 1.1 million to put in over the next 5 years. That'll go over 2 million. So within 10 years, everybody in Anglian will be metered and they'll be smart metered. We did a lot of work in our shop window in Newmarket to see what the impact of smart metering would be and what the behavioural interventions needed to be to encourage people to use less water. And there's a whole kind of recipe around that. And we found that, I mean, typically in Anglian, people are using about 136 litres per person per day. In Newmarket, we found through some of the interventions, families that would hold at 80 litres per person per day. Now, that's probably the extreme of the envelope, but it tells us the art of the possible, which is we can get down to the low hundreds, which to your point is important. The reality is when we've looked at that and we sort of said, where do we think we can realistically get with that? Based on everything we think, we still need reservoirs. You know, where can we get leakage to using all the great, latest technology and all the rest of it from a leading position? Where can we get to in terms of the best we think we can get out of smart metering? And where do we think that will land? Again, to the point that was made earlier with the boundaries of uncertainty around it, it still means we need new reservoirs. We certainly need new reservoirs in terms of reaching that resilience point that I made earlier. And certainly when we get to 1 in 500 year, building systems that are resilient to 1 in 500 year drought, I think you would say, Jeff, there's no substitute for a reservoir in that situation. If we want to get in that level, we've got to have reservoirs. So that's principally the answer.
Rachel.
excuse me, Rachel Warren from the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change. So following on from Kevin's question, agriculture obviously is probably a much bigger user of water in the region than domestic. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's not correct. Okay. Right. Well, that's interesting. But I was just wondering, to what extent is it possible to work with the farming community to help them use less water and thus reduce the pressure on domestic water supplies? Is that something that you work on? And also I wanted to know if there's any consideration of using grey water in domestic water supplies.
So it's a great question. I mean, just in terms of, it is important to have agriculture joined with us on this journey, which is why one of the reasons Water Resources East was formed. And of course, there are at different times of the year, people's demand for water, organisations' demand for water changes. As I was driving here, I was disturbed to see, great jets of air being blown into the air on the top of crops, with the temperatures it is, and what going, oh no. But of course, that doesn't happen all the way through the year. You have a sort of particular period where it's there. And sometimes we have to work quite closely with agriculture at this time of year. And we do have trading arrangements where we actually say, well, actually, we've got some decent storage here, like the Rutland Water. We don't have to abstract at this moment in time. If you need the water, actually, we'll just not abstract, and we'll enable that water to come to agriculture. So we do that sort of stuff now. We could do some more of it. The reality is that we are, in this region, there's more use of water for agriculture, but we are the big users of water. Public water supply is the big users of water, which is why actually Kevin's point is an important one about, we've actually got to find ways to reduce demand and make better use of it. To your second question about sort of grey water, I mean, that's part of the opportunity in that bid for sustainable communities. Where are the opportunities? It's also about the cost associated with doing that. And how you can get those things scaled up on communities. So when you talk about an individual property level, it's very expensive. It just gets, the numbers just go nuts very quickly. Where the sweet spot might be is where we actually have some community assets. So we build some community sustainable urban drainage and actually use some of that at the point of land development. So that's one of the things that they'll be looking at and seeing what the opportunities might be. But it does come down to, in that particular place, the economics of what a house is actually going to cost, what they can actually sell it for, what the infrastructure costs, and trying to find the sweet spot on that.
So I'm actually going to draw on the Q&A to a close. So if you can hold your question for the panel discussion, that would be great. But yeah, I think we just need to move on with the other speakers. So please join me in thanking Peter for Colette's going to kind of sort out my tech. So our next speaker is Stuart Allen. So Stuart is the principal scientist at the Environment Agency's principal climate scientist at the Environment Agency's Chief Scientist Group. And so he leads on water issues around that. He's been with the EA for over 20 years and 17 of those in research. So he's been involved in a lot of the key developments, including things around original water flows, groundwater levels, and climate change guidance to the water companies and to flood risk management authorities. So Stuart, I think we're getting there with the tech.
Nope.
No. There's a slide.
Yeah, I'm not getting the right. Okay, that might be. Okay, I think I know what I need to do.
The joy of being the first session is that I get all the tech problems, yes. And then everybody else will be fine. I didn't touch it, I promise.
No, it's not you. It's the mics are picking up something. Okay. The answer is no. I can't change it.
Okay.
So I think just make sure you speak up a little bit. I think the mic's just ever so slightly dropping sometimes, volume-wise.
Okay. So yeah. So apologies if people aren't hearing us properly online. So Stuart, good luck.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for.
I know.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so Thank you, Vicky. So I'm Stuart Allen, and I work in the Chief Scientist Group at the Environment Agency. I was asked to kind of set the scene for the rest of the discussions that you're going to get today. I'm kind of glad I didn't think about it for too long, because setting the scene in front of this kind of about climate change in front of the group of people in this room in the UEA is, if I'd have thought about it, I might have said no. But anyway, I'm going to give it a go. So best place to start is always at the beginning. So I think we all know the key message. The temperatures are rising, climate is warming. The plot on your screen that you can see in front of you is a plot of the Central England temperature record with the UK CP18 projections extending out from the end. It's very clear, even under the lower end of the emission scenarios, we're expecting temperatures to rise. But the question, of course, for water is, what does this rise in temperatures, this fundamental change in the temperature physics, actually mean for water? Well, as we know, as temperatures rise, evapotranspiration will change, and with that, the precipitation will change as well. UK CP18 tells us that we can expect summer rainfall to be almost as much as 60% lower than current levels, and that winter rainfall could be as much as 30% higher. Clearly, such changes will have a significant effect on hydrology, but what exactly? Well, in the UK, we're very fortunate because we have a very comprehensive appraisal of the changes that we expect to receive from climate change to the water environment. This is the NERC-funded Living with Environmental Change Water Impacts Report Card. This is a consensus approach of all the leading academics in the country, and it gives you essentially very similar outcome as to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And the key messages that we have from this are that we can expect high flows to increase, low flows to decrease. River water temperatures will get higher. We can expect water quality to deteriorate. We can expect droughts to get worse, either in magnitude or duration, and we can expect sea levels to rise. So I think this shows quite clearly that the title of today's conference is indeed correct. This is critical. Climate change is how people will experience climate change through water and the changes that you get within it. But what I would like to do before I move on from this slide is just draw your attention to the different colours of the text boxes. And this is the confidence that is ascribed to each of those different statements. And this leads quite neatly to one of the questions that was raised just by one of the people in following on from the previous talk, and that is some of those confidence statements we are highly confident about, some we are not. Now, there's different things that contribute to that. One is the amount of information available in the different sectors of those and the amount of research that's contributed to that discussion. But fundamental to all of that is uncertainty. There is an inherent uncertainty in trying to understand the future. So the real question for us, the real challenge is, how do we actually act? How do we make decisions? How do we plan for a future that is going to be different and we don't actually know what it will be exactly like? And that's where the Environment Agency's role comes in. At the Environment Agency, it is our job to help those who need to make decisions. And one of the ways that we do that is through ensuring that we provide strategies and direction, and we provide clear guidance that is based on the best available science. The staff, such as myself and the Chief Scientist Group, we undertake research ourselves, we manage research, we draw in research from other locations to make sure that the best available information is within the organisation. We then work with our colleagues and we ensure that the guidance that we produce is based on sound science. And what I would like to do now is actually share some of the examples of the kinds of research that we've actually been involved with. And I will start with water resources. Future flows in groundwater, both levels and recharge. This was a very big piece of work for us. It was the first nationally consistent assessment of the impact of climate change on both surface water flows and groundwater levels and laterally recharge. The key messages are ones that we're now all familiar with, such as that we can expect from the image on the left, summer flows to decrease, perhaps by as much as 80%. But we can also expect high flows to increase, and we can expect summer recharge, the image on the right, to decrease. But total annual recharge may stay roughly the same. And I'll come back to that later. But the reason I'm showing this slide mainly at the moment is to show how we use this, because this information has been key to both to our strategies around water resources, but also to our guidance to water companies, as has been previously mentioned. So, for example, the Water Resource Management Plan guidance. I'll now move on to flooding and incidents and the work we've done on research for that. There's a few images on this slide, but I'll start on the left. So the image on the very left is actually using high-resolution UKCP local data, which some of you will know is the convective permitting version of UKCP 18. It's actually showing the degree of changes of locally specific high-resolution, high-intensity rainfall across the country going into the future. The image in the middle relates to some work that we commissioned to understand changing fluvial flood risk, and in particular, how peak flows could change as we go forward in time. And the image on the right, quite clearly, is coastal, but that's actually sea level rise out to the year 2300, because we wanted to know how much significant additional change there would be beyond the end of the century because of asset construction. The three projects, exactly as with future flows, all contributed to long-term investment strategies and strategy documents, and also very significantly have all contributed to updated versions of guidance to developers. So, for example, I can safely say now to you all that any new development is being assessed using this information. The best available science is going into the flood risk assessment of any new development. Two images on the right, they relate to incident frequency. Now, clearly this is something of interest to us because we have an incident management role and responsibility. The two plots essentially show the number of days above or below threshold flows that we would generally expect to be indicative of the conditions you would get incidents occurring. And the message, I think, is pretty clear. As we go forward in time, we expect to see ever more incidents that we will have to manage and respond to. Particularly, I might add, low flow incidents. And that is a key potential additional workload pressure on the Environment Agency, but also anybody who's responding or managing the environment. And because, as we all know, low flow conditions can quite often be associated with water quality problems. And that leads me on to the next slide. Now, on this slide, we've got some information about two different water quality projects that we've been involved with. We'll start with the first one about river water temperatures. First thing to say is, of course, this is actually, as you can see, it's focused on the chalk. It is actually part of a wider programme of work that the Environment Agency is involved with, investigating pressures on this priority habitat. I think it's fairly obvious what the plots are telling us, which are essentially, as you might expect, as temperatures rise, the further we go into the future, river water temperatures are rising with them. And this is going to be quite a significant challenge. This is very new research, it's yet to be published, but this is going to be quite a big problem for people who are managing freshwater ecological environments. The plot on the right of the screen. Two images. We'll start with the first one, which is actually some of phosphorus concentrations. Essentially, what the plot is telling us is that we will expect, mainly due to changes relating with dilution, but we were expecting phosphorus concentrations in the rivers to at least be the same, more likely to increase in the future. associated mainly, like I said, with summer low flow conditions. And that work was done and was then fed through to the image on the furthest right, which is actually, we used that information then together with things like temperatures and velocity information. Because what that plot is the number of days of bloom risk, which is essentially the day that when all those different components that are necessary for an algal bloom to occur come together. And what we found from this work is that the incidence of all those the coincidence of all those different events increases the further you go into the future. So we can reasonably expect that we will experience more algal bloom issues as we go into the future. Now, I think I'll pause there because quite clearly this is all in quite a quick canter through some of the key pieces of research the Environment Agency has been doing. But the thing I wanted to sort of bring out with this is firstly to say that it's quite obvious that there's a huge amount of impacts information already available. And that has been really, really important to our guidance, for example, because it helps us understand exactly what is likely or what could happen and allows us therefore to prepare accordingly. But the question I would pose is whether that is actually enough. The truth is, this is all still very uncertain. We could actually get increases in summer flow. We could actually get decreases in phosphorus. They are very unlikely, but they are possible. And the reality of it is, the whole thing is, it's actually, even when we have the impacts information, it's difficult to say precisely what is at risk from that impact. Because essentially, some of these changes might not actually present any problem. But, so what actually more do we actually need to move on? And to enter into that, I think I'll start with hydroclimatic variability. Now, the image on the left is one that most people are kind of accustomed to from UK CP18 and shows the envelope of probabilities. That envelope in itself brings you a range of uncertainty and of issues that we have to deal with. But what I actually want to draw your attention to is the black wobbly line through the middle at the start of the plots, because that's actually the degree of variability that actually already occurs within the current climate. And what that shows is there's an immense amount of variability, and that's whether that can be temporally or spatially. So, for example, whether it's differences between the north and the south, the east and west, or what's happening today or tomorrow, or this year or next year. And that variability is really important because systems, whether they're natural catchments or man-made reservoirs, all respond to variability. What we don't know is how climate change is going to impact that variability. We've done a lot of work that is projected forwards and given us a climatic glide path, but the actual noise within it, the noise is what causes the problems for us. And that's what takes us across to the plot on the right. And that actually came out of the work, that's a schematic, but it came out of the work that was done on groundwater recharge. So, for example, we all know the mantra of hotter winter winters, wetter winters, hotter, drier summers. The wetter winters is associated with a constriction, a reduction in the duration of the rainfall and an amplification of it. If that happens, we will intuitively get the same kind of impact occur in groundwater. We will get a shortening of the recharge window and an amplification of the recharge during that window. But that has consequent implications for everything else within the hydrological system. So the summer flows, recession of the flows in spring will start sooner. The flows will last, low flows will last longer into the autumn. And that alteration, that in timing of the flow is really important because the environment or reservoirs are reliant on that flow. And that reliability is going to be critical. And we need to increase our understanding because the reality is we will be vulnerable to some of those temporal and spatial changes, but we just don't know which. And the reason why understanding vulnerability is important is exactly as was mentioned just, which is resilience. Because if we don't understand vulnerability, we don't understand what we are and are not resilient to. And we can't do anything about increasing it. Now, I'd like to just quickly cover a couple of pieces of work that we've started on this journey around vulnerability and resilience, and then I'll be wrapping up my session today. The first of the two images on the left is from some work that we did a couple of years ago, where we essentially stress tested two company water supply systems, one of them actually an Anglian water system. And essentially what the project did was to test the efficiency of the drought planning process. And what it showed, effectively, the conclusion of the project was the process works, but it only works on the basis that you are ever reliant, as the droughts incrementally get worse, on ever more extreme measures to maintain the supply of water. And that poses an interesting question, because logically that won't continue. At some point, that system will fail, but we just don't quite know where, when, or how. And that led to the second piece of work on the right of the screen, which I think, as you can see, used a response surface methodology. And essentially what we did in that piece of work was we systematically tested a range of different water company systems to a range of different droughts of different magnitudes and durations, because we wanted to find out at what point they started to fail, how quickly they failed, and what that meant to the resilience of those different systems. And what we discovered actually was the starts of a topology. So we only done this in a handful of locations, much more needs to be done. But it was very interesting because what we began to see was that some systems fail quite gradually. Some seem to be really quite resilient until you get to something extreme, and then they just fail rapidly. And others just seem to be really, really resilient. I mean, almost bulletproof. We couldn't break them. But what this interestingly shows is that this method can help us to elucidate some of that relationship, that response and pressure and system understanding. And what we need to do is build on this work. We need to do more with water supply systems, but we also need to take it out of just water supply. There's no limit to this. That actual response surface approach could be applied in any scenario where you can assess a response to two variables or any other number of variables if you wish to. What we really need to understand is more about, as I was saying, magnitude. We need to understand timing of failure. We need to understand rates of change. We need to understand tipping points. And we need to know this for water supply systems, for flood defence assets. We need to know when catchments and their behaviour changes, when a flood behaviour or the drought behaviour, the fundamental basics of the catchment alters. And the reason we can, once we've got all that information, then we can begin to develop a better understanding of which climatic changes actually affect that system. We can begin to understand what we are resilient to and what we're vulnerable to, and more importantly, how those resilience and vulnerabilities will change under a changing climate. And as was just mentioned as well, this isn't just about physical system. This analysis at the current point is mainly around the physical dynamics, but it's actually people as well. We need to bring in that social impact as well to this process to truly understand resilience, because ultimately these systems do have people in them, whether they are operating them or benefiting from them, or both. And we need to understand that integration and that relationship better. So where does that leave my talk? Well, I think the first thing I would like to do is just issue a plea, which has also been said already, which is more, let's talk, please. There's so much to do. A lot has been done, but there's so much more. Nearly all of that work, we always work in various different ways, in collaborative ways. If anything I've said is of interest to anybody, or if anybody has anything that they think is of interest to the Environment Agency, please just give us a call. We're happy to discuss ideas and opportunities. But what I would like to do, as I said, and setting the scene, is hopefully leave you with 3 main messages just to take away and think about during the next 2 days. And the first point is really just to reiterate the importance of all this and why we are actually here, because at the end of the day, the climate is changing and the water systems are changing because of that. Secondly, I did want to stress the importance still of impacts information. It is the first and foremost step in understanding what we need to do. We've done a lot, but there's still a lot of things we don't fully understand the impacts, what the impacts could be of a changing climate. More needs to be done, but it isn't the sole answer. And what we really need is to build a greater understanding of things around like variability, vulnerability, and resilience. Because both natural and man-made systems, if we are to truly adapt them properly in a changing climate, we need that extra information. And I'll just leave me to say thank you to the conference team for inviting me to speak, and to everyone for listening to me. Thank you.
So we're going to take questions for Andy and the rest of the people in this session as part of the panel discussion later. So again, please hold those questions. If you've got a memory like mine, you might want to write them down. But thank you, Andy, and we'll continue the session. So next we have Hannah Gray, who's going to come and speak to us about the Beacon project that we're working on in Nepal. It was mentioned earlier about how Anglian Water are involved in that, and yeah, really looking forward to finding out what you're doing at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. My name's Hannah Gray, and I'm the UK Programme Manager for the Beacon project, which is a partnership between WaterAid UK and Anglian Water, and also some partners in Nepal. I've just returned from Nepal on Sunday, so I'm really excited to tell you all about what's happening. It was my first visit there to see some of the work we've done on the ground. So we're kind of zooming out from the UK and going into a developing world context. So a little bit about the partners. Hopefully you've heard of WaterAid. It's an international NGO working to improve access to WASH, which is water, sanitation and hygiene. We're aiming to do this for everyone, everywhere by 2030, in line with the Sustainable Development Goal number 6. Anglian Water, many of you here today from Anglian Water, a UK water utility and actually one of the founders of WaterAid as a charity and a long-term supporter of WaterAid. And they were kind of key in bringing the Beacon project to life. And then some stakeholders that you may not have come across before who are based in Nepal. The Nepal Water Supply Corporation is a government-funded water utility in Nepal, and it has 23 branches across the country. Lahan municipality is the local government, and they're one of our partners, and they're responsible for providing WASH services in the town. And we also collaborate with the national government ministry as well. So why Beacon, why Lahan? It was conceived in 2016 when Anglian Water approached WaterAid saying instead of just handing over a cheque once a year with their fundraising amount, they wanted to invest in a particular area, in a particular project, to leverage their fundraising and their alliance partnerships for maximum benefit. They were really keen to provide some of their technical advice into a particular place. And so they approached WaterAid, and WaterAid did some research and suggested a town called Lahan, which is based in southeast Nepal. It's a medium-sized town, about 100,000 people, and it's in the lowlands. So it's quite a similar geographical context to the east of England. It's very flat, and it already has a water network and utility providers, but they really needed support to improve the system. So this is a picture of one of the overhead water towers in Lahan. A little bit more about the kind of geography of the area. So Lahan has 24 wards. 10 of them are urban in the centre of the municipality, and it has 14 rural wards around the town, not 10. I needed to correct that. So the The urban wards are connected to a water network, but the rural wards around the outside are not. There's also a substantial Dalit population. So these are people who are marginalised and they have really poor access to wash services. So there's a couple of pictures from my recent trip. The one on the left is the urban context, a poor community, and the one on the right is the rural context. So you can see how kind of flat and green it is, just the start of the monsoon season at the moment. So some maps to help you situate. Nepal is famous for the Himalayas and the mountains, which run across the northern part of the country. But Lahan is located in the southeast, quite near the border with India, and it's very flat. It gets very hot at this time of year. Temperatures were around 36 degrees. And it also is influenced by the monsoon. The map on the right-hand side shows the kind of geographical layout of the town. You probably can't read the key, but essentially the green areas are forest and agriculture. And then the red and purple areas are more kind of mixed land use with some industry. And the grey areas right in the middle are the urban part. So a bit of history of the project. As I said, it was conceived in about 2016, and there was a lot of scoping done. In 2017, the location of Lahan was agreed, and then there was a lot of kind of data collection being done to understand the system as it currently was, and also to provide some initial equipment and training to the Nepal Water Supply Corporation. In 2018, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the partners, and we started delivering some more training and also completing some pipework extension projects to some of those Dalit communities. In 2019 onwards, the project's really scaled up. We're doing lots more work in terms of investing in new infrastructure, doing new training, building toilets in schools and communities, doing some pipeline extension works, installing chlorine dosing. So there's a whole load of stuff going on in the last couple of years, and that work plan is scaling up even now. Also important to mention how it kind of works in terms of staffing. So WaterAid Nepal employs 6 people in the town of Lahan. They're working very closely with the water utilities in the town. And we also work with a local NGO that kind of spearheads the community engagement work. And then myself, I manage the project in the UK and coordinate the UK teams. So we have a number of different work streams through Anglian Water, who look at things like water security, safe clean water, and the sanitation streams. So I kind of coordinate meetings between the Nepal team and the UK team every week. So it's a really active partnership. There's lots of text on this slide, but really all you need to do is look at the bold ones. These are the outcomes that we've agreed upon between all the partners that we want to work towards over this decade. So the first, obviously really crucial, water security. We want to establish long-term sustainable sources of water for the town of Lahan, and that needs to be resilient for climate change as well. Secondly, equally important, we want the water that's supplied to people to be safe and clean, which it wasn't when the project started. And we want that to be accessible to everyone in the town, not just the people in the urban core. Thirdly, sanitation with dignity. So there is no sewerage or wastewater treatment in the town at all. People, if they're lucky enough, they might have a toilet in their house. Lots of people don't, they go to the bushes. So we're wanting to create better toilet infrastructure, which leads on next to sustainable fecal sludge management. We want to make sure that those toilets which go into pits are safely emptied and processed, and then the arisings can be used in local agriculture. And finally, a legacy that grows. So this was really key for the Anglian Water team. They didn't just want to work in one place in isolation. They wanted Beacon to be a beacon, a shining light for other areas. So all the lessons that we learn through Lahan should be replicable to other places in Nepal and indeed across the world. So I'm just going to kind of zoom through some of the activities we've been doing over the past few years around those 5 outcome headings. So the first is water security. We've commissioned drilling of new boreholes because there wasn't really particularly, I think when the project started, there were 4 boreholes which weren't in a good condition. there was a big problem of sand ingress and fine silt, which was kind of making the pumps malfunction very quickly. So we really needed to address this by bringing some new boreholes online and developing a better specification for the construction of the boreholes so that they didn't fail so quickly. So that new specification is now being followed and the new boreholes are functioning much better. Importantly, the Nepal Water Supply Corporation have now employed a hydrogeologist to make sure that all new boreholes are kind of scoped out in terms of water resources and that the methods are followed. So that was really important learning from what we've done in the past couple of years. Those of you who know Robin Price in Anglian Water, he's leading an assessment of water resources management in Lahan catchment at the moment. So we're working with some consultants in Nepal with Robin to make sure that future water resources are sustainable and we consider the impact of climate change. I should have missed something important on there. Can I go back? Yeah, so the middle point. When the project started, people in Lahan used to get water for 5 hours a day. They'd get water for a couple of hours in the morning and a couple of hours in the evening. And we've been trying to increase that. So year by year, it's been increasing by about an hour a day. And at the moment, people now receive about 4 hours in the morning from about 4 till 8 o'clock AM, and then 4 hours in the evening. And people have adapted to having intermittent water supply. They've got water storage capacities within their houses. But really, we want to keep increasing that. And the long-term aim is to get continuous water supply. Safe, clean water, there is so much work that's gone on under this outcome. So I'm just going to pick out a couple of important things. So before the project started, none of the water that was sent into the network was treated at all. There's quite high levels of iron and arsenic in the water supply. And there's also prevalence of waterborne diseases because there's not adequate sanitation or treatment of the fecal sludge. So one of the key things to do was to get some chlorination set up. So we've now got 3 of these chlorine dosing units that are connected to the network. So people at least now are getting chlorinated water. Another thing that the Anglian Water team have really helped with is doing some hydraulic mapping so that we can understand how the network works, where the water resources are, how the groundwater connects together. We have a better understanding that the north of Lahan has actually very low groundwater levels and the people there maybe get less than an hour of water a day. So what we're doing is trying to split the network up into different district metered areas so that we can have better control of where the water goes when and more resilience into the future as well. And we're looking to create kind of boreholes and treatment works within each of those zones in the future. Some pictures of some of the work we've been doing around community toilets. So the picture of the blue building, this is a community toilet in a Dalit community. These people previously had no access to toilets. There's about 300 people now that can access this toilet fairly close to their homes. They each pay 100 rupees a month, which is a very small amount of money, but that gives them access to the toilets, and then that money is used to help clean and empty the septic tank when it's full. And they've set up a water community users group to manage this toilet, which is formed of people from the local area. So they organise all of the collection of the monies and the payment themselves. So we've been able to hand this over to the community. And we've done 3 of these projects and we've got more planned over the next couple of years. The bottom picture is of a school toilets block. The Beacon project has supported toilet improvements in 13 schools so far. There's actually 59 public schools in Lahan, so we've got a lot more to do. But prior to the project, the toilets were either non-existent or really awful. I visited one school which hasn't had any work done yet, and it was dreadful. So in reality, people go home to use the toilet or they go in the bushes instead. And when girls are having their periods, they just don't go to school at all. So it's really key for WaterAid to invest in school toilets so people can carry on with their education. And following on from that, you can't just have toilets, you've got to have hand washing facilities. So we build hand washing stations in all the schools where we work. And we've also done these kind of smaller hand washing points as part of our COVID response. So these very simple systems that are dotted all around the town for people to use around public spaces. And then the top picture is of our local partner NGO, and they carry out hygiene behaviour training in schools and communities and teach them the importance of how to wash your hands and when you should wash your hands. I talked a bit about the fact that there's no kind of wastewater treatment. So one of the things we've worked very closely with the municipality on is designing a sustainable fecal sludge treatment plant, or FSTP, which is essentially a large facility where the tankers can deliver the waste and it gets co-composted with food waste and turned into a product that can be put on the fields. So that's something that's going to be starting this year. And that's going to be completely funded by the municipality themselves, and we're providing technical support. And then just to finish up with the legacy that grows, which is this kind of building on some of the learning and sharing it out across the country. So the teams that have gone out from Anglian Water to provide training on how to use equipment like borehole cameras and doing the borehole drilling, these have been invited, the branch managers from all the other places in Nepal, to take part in that training, so they can then go back to their towns and train up their teams. And a couple more, so we've provided equipment for leakage detection and training and how to use that. And so they're now repairing about 400 leaks a year, which is a massive increase on what they used to do. We've also produced some documents sharing the learning from the project, and the beacon approach is now being cited by WaterAid as a good example of a way of working in a specific place for a longer term, and it's being incorporated into our new global strategy. So just some final stats. There's a lot more to do, but Beacon has achieved a lot in the last 5 years, thanks to the support of all the partners. So thank you for listening, Dhanyavad. And this is a team, this is a photo from last week, and these are all the people that are employed in Lahan through the Beacon project. So if you support WaterAid through Anglian Water, this is where your money's going, to provide employment for these people and benefits for all the people that live in the town. So thank you very much.
And I want to thank Hannah for standing in at the last minute as well. So thank you very much for doing that. So our final speaker in this session is joining us remotely. So my anxiety level has just gone up. And is Andy Large. So Andy is the director of the Living Deltas Hub at the University of Newcastle. And as I say, I hope he's about to appear. Yay, brilliant. So Andy, do you want to, yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. That's brilliant.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm just going to say next slide, please. I think that should give me my first one, hopefully. That's great. I can just see that now. Right. Sorry I couldn't be there. It's such a busy time of year with exam boards and things, and given our work in Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, Norfolk and Norwich is quite a hard place to reach compared to those places. So I'm up here, but I hope that the technology will allow me to contribute effectively and contribute to the panel. Thanks for the interesting talks before from all three. I really enjoyed those. So I just want to give you a brief background to what's quite a large operation called the Living Deltas Research Hub. It's one of 12 global challenge research funds, sadly now defunct due to the sort of fallout from the government's ODA cuts last year, but the 12 GCRF hubs are still continuing to 2024. And I note that AJ Bav is going to give a talk after the break, and he represents the second one of the 12 GCRF hubs that are based at Newcastle. I'm the director of the Living Deltas Hub, and I just want to give a sort of background to the depth and difficulty of challenges facing sort of this management, these sort of approaches to managing large regions, but then to come back full circle to Peter Simpson's talk at the beginning and talk about an initiative briefly that we're pursuing at the moment. So next slide, please. Thank you. The Living Deltas Hub is, as I say, a large organization. We have over 130 people on board at the moment, representing a balanced approaches of the social sciences, the natural and physical sciences, and also the arts and humanities. And they're all treated on an equal basis. So fundamentally, we're a transdisciplinary hub, as opposed to an interdisciplinary hub. If we take the definition of transdisciplinary as creating a variety of intellectual frameworks beyond disciplinary perspectives, or where a team concentrates on knowledge and expertise, but the efforts are collective in determining best ideas and approaches. And I think some of the talks have already sort of indicated that many people are now moving just generally towards transdisciplinarity as opposed to interdisciplinarity. And that's important, as the wicked problems facing Asian megadeltas requires a fundamentally different landscape-oriented approach. So what you just see on the slide in front of you are the logos of all of the institutions that are part of the project. That's part of the bid writing in 2018, but then part of a hub's operation is to expand our partnerships. So there's a myriad of other organizations on board now, but also coming on board as well as a result of our activities. And next slide, please. Just to illustrate where we're working in South and Southeast Asia. We work on 4 delta social ecological systems. This was alluded to already by Stuart earlier when he talked about people and people being key in part of this. And people are really important in our hub. We deal with deltas not just as physical systems, but as social ecological systems, or SESs. And we deal with 4 of those. We're in Vietnam, we're working on the Red River Delta in the north of the country. That's quite a heavily industrialized delta. Then the Mekong, which many people have heard about, which is one of the global rice baskets. It's extremely important, but highly threatened. And then the Ganges, Brahmaputra, Meghna, or the GBM Delta, split now, currently, by geopolitics between India and Bangladesh. But it's one system, and the Sundarbans World Heritage Site reflects that in that sense. Next slide, please. So given that we're working with people, natural cultural heritage is a really important part of what we do. We urgently need to seek new ways of raising delta resilience. We need to learn from locally led coping and adaptive strategies and capacities. And in doing that, we need to maximize the voices of delta dwellers in debates concerning their futures. And the natural cultural heritage of each of these delta social ecological systems is the glue that binds communities to their landscapes. And as part of our activities, the hub aims to learn from the past and to draw on indigenous knowledge bases to produce locally relevant policies for sustainable delta management. And that's key, because if you don't involve the people living in a place, then applying those policies and making them sustainable is even harder than we already know it is. And so natural cultural heritage lies at the heart of everything we do as a hub. We focus in on what we call locally led adaptation. We look at transboundary sharing of co-created knowledge. And that's the key aim of the hub. And we'll come back to that again at the very end when I talk about an initiative called the Race to Resilience. And then in relation to resilience, we're looking at delta resilience and risk governance and how that's managed. Next slide, please. And the title of this conference is about the critical climate decade. But really in deltas, and this was mentioned by a colleague, Terry Cannon, at a recent conference, he said, climate change isn't really the problem. And I tend to agree with them in that sense, because these deltas are already very highly degraded. They've had very high population rise. Bangladesh, one of our target countries that we work with, is the most highly populated country on earth. They are heavily polluted. Plastics, as we can see here from this picture here of flip-flops floating around in the mangrove forest, is a key problem. Biodiversity loss is endemic. There's a huge range of other problems, and climate change is the multiplier to all of this. It is making things far worse. People are already at a precarious level of integration between how they squeeze everything out of, for example, monsoon season. But as that changes, and we saw that in terms of some of the predictions from the UK, but as the monsoon variability increases, as its duration becomes less certain as its timing of onset and its intensity varies, then these countries which are already sort of really sort of at the margins and already pressing on the boundaries become really affected by climate change. Next slide, please. In terms of just trying to illustrate our transdisciplinarity, the hub itself is divided into a number of work streams. Here we see that the brown one at the top is what we call Voices of the Delta. I mentioned that already in terms of how we seek to learn from the past, from elders in the community, to look at shifting baselines within populations, but also work with youth and with marginalized communities, and to how we can bring culture into that approach to learn what has worked in deltas in the past and what might work well in the future. Our second work stream looks at behavior and risk, and that looks at a whole range of aspects of vulnerability and resilience. We try to model delta past, present, and futures. We look at agri-food systems and how those are changing. And then also in relation to work package one, how youth and entrepreneurship is key to Delta futures. And then I'm a physical geographer. My work package is work package 3, the science of the deltas. Due to COVID, we've had to drop the community science aspect, sadly, from our work. We thought that was going to be really important to expand our monitoring networks across the deltas. These are vast areas. But now we're focusing in more on working with governments on improving monitoring, but also establishing new monitoring where it's not done before. For example, in India, in the west side of the GBM, there's no standard monitoring at all. And so we're establishing that, and that will be of use to the governments in future as a baseline for what we're doing. And we're trying to look at a conceptual view of what a living delta should look like in terms of all of this being brought together. And then we have a work stream on coastal systems and another on the SDGs, because the SDGs were 50% of the driver of the writing of the original call for the hubs. And all of that's then pulled together in an impact work package, work package 6, and then a work package 0 that manages the whole thing. Next slide, please. And then to make it even more complex, this is our sort of monitoring, evaluation, and learning wheel. We saw a similar one in the last talk, sort of diagram of a wheel with nice things in the middle and all the work on the outside. And this is what we're doing in terms of each of the work streams, and that our work is mapped onto that. Not to dwell on that anymore, but just to show the complexity of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. Next slide, please. So we're working on looking at how deltas are changing, as I say, and we're looking at 2 interrelated questions. Firstly, what are the long-term changes in delta landscapes, and how are those changes accelerating in the Anthropocene? So I've been working on some great fun field work in the last few months, and I'm going out again in 2 weeks' time to core the delta, to look at the longer-term environmental histories, and then we can weave that into the indigenous storytelling and the work with youth and aging to try and really begin to look at those shifting baselines. We've seen huge changes in deltas over the last 30 to 50 years, in particular at the landscape scale. The Mekong, for example, looks nothing like it did in the time when what they call in that country, the American War was taking place in the late 60s and early 70s. It's a totally changed environment. And so we're seeking to determine and quantify the key drivers, but also to build in emerging ideas about the climate cascade, how climate extremes and impacts are being felt not individually but synergistically. And for example, while we could not visit the deltas internationally during COVID, we had 3 damaging cyclones on top of COVID. And then if anyone's seen the news this week about the damaging and fatal floods in Bangladesh, there's a range of issues behind that in terms of bigger drivers, but also in terms of how the landscapes are managed geopolitically in terms of what effects the India government holding back water and then releasing it has on the Bangladesh landscape, and the lack of control that Bangladesh government have over that. Next slide, please. We're looking at capacity strengthening. As I said, we're aiming to reach the most vulnerable and marginalized communities. The SDG agenda, as I say, is writ large across the hub, and so we're aiming to ensure no one is left behind. We're working with youth, gender, caste, and religion because that's extremely important in terms of understanding the complex relationships between people's heritages, how people live now, and the effect humans' activities and environmental change will have on these landscapes. Next slide, please. We're, as I say, aiming to raise the voices of the Delta dwellers. We're seeking to bring together, as I say, a range of disciplines to do this, but it's extremely important that we listen to people, that we understand what it's like to live in a place, what the effect of local culture is, and what works and what doesn't, and that's very, very important. Next slide, please. And so we're looking at more equitable partnerships towards resilience. We define these as both working relationships and collaborations where there's mutual benefit and equal value placed on each partner's contribution, and that depends on mutual participation, mutual trust, and mutual respect. And I think that came across in Hannah's talk as well just a moment or two ago. And those equitable partnerships are key in how the hub works and how we work externally with all sectors and levels of Delta society and governance. Next slide, please. Vulnerability, hazard and risk. Now that's been mentioned several times already this afternoon, and we're trying to develop integrated risk assessment frameworks to address knowledge gaps in social equity and analyze that at the Delta level, to help gather the data required for Delta monitoring, to ask how Delta risk governance can help mitigate future risks from climate-induced hazards, and how can we optimize resilience in the deltas, and what is that, what's its influence, and also in the other sense, its dependence on how deltas are developing. We know that Bangladesh is developing very rapidly in terms of its economy. What does that mean in terms of sectors of society, how they may be left behind or ignored in policy designed to raise financial benefit, and how that then is transmitted in terms of hazard and risk and vulnerability. Next slide, please. And so part of our work on the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, is to build the partnerships for the goals. I'll come back to that in a moment, but also to localize the SDG agenda. What do the SDGs, those 17 grand goals with their 169 targets and their 260 something indicators mean for communities living on the deltas? How can we learn from them about their understandings to feed into the SDG agenda and frameworks so that we can begin to monitor better how we're potentially working towards achieving progress on those? Next slide, please. And when we look at progress, we can see that things are not necessarily working. This sort of wedding cake diagram on the left is the SDGs as envisaged by the Stockholm Resilience Centre back about a decade ago now, envisaging society sitting in this nest of the biosphere with economy centered in as a result of societal activity. But the problem is that the biosphere is then viewed as something that we're part of and sitting in, rather than actually helping to actively work for. And as you can see on the diagram on the right, we're slipping on some of those. And I think that diagram even itself, in terms of a snapshot of progress in about 2020, I think it was, is probably underestimating how we're slipping on life underwater and life on land. The environmental SDGs are struggling in terms of progress. Next slide, please. And so what we try to do as a hub is to try and sort of take away that sort of tiered model or the top down and bottom up, and try and make it a bit more equitable, recognizing that we need to treat society and economy together to build more equitable society and introduce more circular economies, nature-based solutions, green economy, etc. And then from that, work towards a more resilient biosphere. And that involves SDG 17, more effective partnerships, and I've alluded to that before. Next slide, please. And so really, in terms of that, locally led adaptation is key. We're looking at Delta people as the first climate change adapters. They're already adapting to climate change. But Delta peoples are, the young, the youth are the next generation of leaders. Next slide, please. And so one of the things we're beginning to focus much more on that weren't around when the hub started are these principles for locally led adaptation. And I think if you look at those 8 things there, there's things that have been mentioned in the talks today in terms of transparency and accountability, but also patient and predictable funding that can be accessed more easily. Building robust understandings of risk and uncertainty, looking at structural inequalities, but key is really, for me, devolving decision-making to the lowest appropriate level. So beginning to really invest in the local capacities to help build better policy for the future. Next slide, please. And so we're trying to do that in terms of the work I'm doing, for example, in terms of monitoring and modeling. We're trying to sort of make sure that that work is much more sort of transmitted down to the communities. And while we can talk about looking at these sorts of efforts here in terms of measuring with smart machines and looking at numbers, next slide, please. What we're really trying to do in this, and these are graphical minutes from a previous meeting, no pressure on whoever's at the back of the room, in terms of how our project is looked at. And this came from 2 days talking about mangrove resilience in terms of the whole range of different things when we talk about monitoring. Biodiversity, hydrology, but we need to monitor equity, we need to monitor climate change, but also how locally led adaptation and cultural heritage fits into that. What's the importance of well-being? It's paramount, but how has it been affected by climate extremes, by COVID, and by that climate cascade? I mean, these are questions which we're learning as we go through the hub, and that's extremely important as we go forward. And then finally, next slide, please. As I mentioned before, coming around full circle, Peter mentioned that we were involved in the Blue Zone Resilience Hub in a joint session back in November last year. We're already halfway to COP27, and part of the intended outcome of our session was to look at ways in which the Future Fens Integrated Adaptation Programme and how the Living Deltas Research Hub can work together to build those lessons and understanding and north-south and south-north and south-south learning, to actually recognize that East Anglia is one of the most climate vulnerable areas of the UK. The peoples on it are again rather marginalized and on the edge. That their lived experiences and their cultural heritage needs to be taken into account to better develop adaptation strategies for the future. Whatever those maps that Stuart showed in terms of how systems will change at different times of the year, we have to recognize people live in these landscapes, and we can also learn from their expertise. That's key. Indigenous knowledge is not as something from the global south. It's also endemic across the UK, and we need to build that better into our understanding. And so what we're trying to do, and we're right at the point of ready to submit now. We said 3 months, but we're a little bit beyond that. A joint approach to join the UNFCCC, the Framework for Climate Change, Race to Resilience, where we want to build a network to raise the voices of peoples of low-lying and coastal landscapes and deltas worldwide. That should theoretically help reach 40% of the world's population. This initiative aims at improving the well-being for 4 billion of the most vulnerable worldwide in terms of climate change. And so this is something that we're working on at the moment, which we will be submitting imminently, and hoping to build on that in terms of partnerships. And it wouldn't be just us, our 2 organizations. It's only the beginning to start this framework for the future. Next slide, please, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
So if I could ask the speakers from the session and Peter to come and join us on the stage, not really stage, come and sit at the front here. We're going to do a panel. So there were a few questions in the room, from the previous session. So yeah.
Joe Burton at One Alliance.
Sorry, can we get the microphone?
Hi there, Joe Vertigan at One Alliance. So I'm new to the whole water sector and kind of finding my way around it, but just wondering, is there kind of a kind of tension between the kind of planning and thinking through in terms of AMP life cycles and really the kind of longer term considerations, also the black swan events that might kind of be happening in terms of climate change, tipping points and things of that nature?
It's a really good question. The good thing I think that's coming out of current thinking about planning is the idea of planning over longer periods of time. So having sort of 25-year plans, what are called long-term adaptive plans, which takes some of the fantastic learning that's come out of water resource management planning and recognises that you are dealing with uncertainty, and that shouldn't be a reason to not think long-term and only think in 5-year AMP periods. So some of the learning I think that's come out of thinking for water resources in terms of developing those long-term adaptive plans is now cascading into thinking about how we plan for all of our resources, whether that be on flooding or whether it be on water resources or whether it be in terms of what we're doing to drive and improve quality. So I think that's the positive, and you can see that coming from our economic regulator Ofwat saying that they're committed to this idea of long-term plans, long-term adaptive plans. The next business plan that we put in 20PR24, covering that period 2025 to 2030, will all be based on an adaptive plan. So that's good. As Anglian, we've very much tried to enshrine the idea of building successive 5-year plans with a 25-year view in mind for the last 2 AMPs, actually. So when I talked about that strategic direction statement and the 4 sort of ambitions in that, that's what we've used to key in and try and keep, if you like, true to those longer term objectives. And that's worked to some extent, but I think what's actually happened now is that the economic regulators recognised that we do actually have to break out of a fixed 5-year window for some of the reasons that you're sort of intimating in the way you're asking the question.
Thank you. Anybody want to? Yeah.
I just kind of add that there is a 5-year window to the management planning cycle, but we are already starting to think beyond and already starting to think about 2029. So it's not like a series of blocks, then one stops and another starts. It is very much an ongoing process, and work iterates in, and the process has evolved over a number of years, and that is inherent in the sense that we are already starting to think about what might be any differences that are included or information and data sets that we would need ahead of when they're actually needed, so that we can start planning further ahead.
Thank you. I think there was another question in the room earlier. I don't know if you want to, that we didn't pick up. Okay. So is there anything else from the panel? Any other questions? Sorry, I can't. Yeah.
I'll just add just in terms of the landscapes I work. Sorry, I'm the empty chair on the right there. The Bangladesh government, for example, have a Bangladesh Delta 2100 plan, looking forward that far, but they have 5-year iterations coming back to that issue. The Mekong Delta, the Vietnamese Politburo are now looking towards a management plan to 2045, and I believe they're thinking of one for the Red River too. So these are becoming more appropriate. The issue still remains, for example, though, that the GBM is split between 2 countries. So if we want to deal with ecosystem management, we need to start looking at how we get those governments talking together about planning for the future long term.
And I'll just add to actually, because that, in the same kind of way, we have the National Framework for Water Resources, which is our high level, long-term strategic direction that we see water resource management heading and the challenges that we face, such as climate change. So there is a high-level context, and the water resource management planning cycles sit within that longer plan context.
Brilliant, thank you. Bruce.
Thank you. My name is Bruce Langford. I work here at, I have a connection with the University of East Anglia. That was a fascinating set of presentations. My question is about metrics, particularly indicators of output and of performance. And I'll start with Peter's beginning of his talk when he said we used to head down to Companies House or down to London and present our financial metrics. And of course, that would be a long history of that. And those numbers would be immediately understood by your audience of fellow professionals and accountants. The real issue now, as you move into this ESG field, environment, social governance field, is this really thorny question around the metrics by which we start to report on. And I would be fascinated, and it goes for all the talks. I mean, Hannah, great set of metrics, simple metrics. You know, households previously had 4 hours of water supply, they now get 8, very understandable. And I'm sure Andy would have an answer in terms of outcome metrics for the work that they're doing in deltas. But just to come back to Anglia Water's metrics in your presentation were very much about, well, we're going to spend this amount of money on this project and we expect to reach these number of households. So that's fascinating, because what I don't have is a picture in my head around interesting metrics that you might be working on in your new UK-wide framework that allow us to compare between water companies. And I don't just mean the headlines that reach the Daily Mail, you know, the number of sewage spills and so on and so forth, but really interesting sort of metrics combining households per cubic meter, per ton of carbon per year, sort of multiple ratio metrics that are a little bit difficult, perhaps in a few years' time would be understood, just as financial metrics are now better understood by people because of the time that's been developing. Sorry, long-winded question.
It's a great point. So I guess if you look across the water industry at the moment, you'll find more comparable metrics than we've ever had before. So all water companies work to outcome delivery incentives, and a lot of them are calibrated in the same way in terms of the definitions are the same. So you can look across water companies and see performance. One of the big challenges, to your point though, was, you know, if I use the example of those raising green finance, you go out and you ask and you launch a bond and you raise, you know, hundreds of millions of pounds, and you say you want some sustainability metrics. They have to stand up. They have to really be solid. And so when I think about, we just done a £300 million climate bond, that is linked to our 2030 ambition to get to net zero. And at 2025, it says this is the amount of carbon, embodied carbon reduction. So we have to have hit sort of 75% reduction in embodied carbon. We have to have got 30% out of our operational emissions. And by 2030, we have to have basically got to net zero in terms of scope 1 and 2, and made sure we've got at least that 75% position in terms of embodied. So that is linked to kickers if we don't do it. So we start off with an assumed, yeah, we're doing the right thing, and we get a lower interest rate essentially on the money we're borrowing. If by 2025 we're off target, then the disincentives come in and it starts costing us more. So does that fully answer your question? Well, no, it doesn't. But I guess what it does is it shows that that's the way things are developing. So whenever that presentation, which I wouldn't have shared with you because it went on for longer than the one I had today, but it had as many metrics around, if you like, the ESG agenda as it did in terms of financial metrics. So it isn't just a series of bland boilerplate statements. What they're interested to see is the graph. So the example I've just given, there's a graph in that presentation that shows our stretch ambition, where we want to get up to, and the fact that last year we beat it by 10%. You know, and that's there. So, but you're right, there are other areas which are much more difficult to, you know, particularly actually on the G part of ESG. They're much more difficult to say, well, how do you tie that into a number? Is that about financial resilience, or is it about number of non-executive directors, or is it about other aspects of your corporate structure? Some of those things are much more difficult actually to deal with. Whereas on the pure environmental agenda, I think actually we're making some good progress.
Anybody else on the panel want to comment? No? Okay. There's a question at the back, and then we'll come, just to make Nelly run around, and then we'll come down to the question in here. People online, if you want to get your questions in the chat or put up your hand, Colette is kind of monitoring things. So yeah, but yeah.
Hi, Caitlin Grady from Penn State. You all had a lovely set of presentations, and I guess this is a twofold question. One, for everyone on the panel, what do you see as the biggest scientific needs in your respective areas going forward to the second part of the question is sort of what are the biggest limitations to realizing the goals of all of these projects and programs? Like in particularly, I'd love to hear from Hannah and Andy and Peter. You set off all of these lovely examples of programs that are ongoing that are doing great things, but what are the limitations to realizing the end goals and achieving success? And how does scientific need fit into that?
Shall we do Hannah, Andy and Peter in that order?
Yeah, thank you. I think the Beacon Project's very blessed. We have a kind of long-term partner in Anglian Water that's committed till 2030. So we have a reliable source of funding and technical input that can help us with the scientific gathering. I think it's about how we engage partners in Nepal to be part of that process as well. So we're starting to reach out to universities in Nepal to kind of do research with us so that it's a joint effort rather than us coming in and doing the data gathering ourselves. And I really liked Andy's 8 principles of locally led adaptation, which I haven't come across before, but I think Beacon is doing well on those, and I'll definitely be looking at them again and seeing whether we can do more. The other question about barriers, I would say some of the biggest barriers we face are about how the institutions are set up in Nepal. Some of the difficulties around budgeting. They don't do long-term planning or budgeting in Nepal. It's just a 1 year. So we talk about the 5-year AMP process being limited, but in Nepal, 5 years would be really good. We just have 1 year. So it makes it very hard to, we have the commitment from Anglian, but the project is looking to bring in funding from the partners that are based in Nepal, but they can't plan beyond the next financial year because that's not how their institutions are set up. So the long-term management is very challenging. They have convoluted procurement policies. It's very difficult for them to, you know, for example, it's law that they always have to go for the cheapest quote on a tender, even if the company putting in that quote is obviously unable to do it. So that's caused a lot of difficulties for the project. That's a large reason why some of the boreholes are failing all the time. So we're really trying to work on system strengthening, which is a key part of WaterAid's agenda at the moment. It's not just about drilling boreholes and walking away. It's about working with the institutions that are in the country to improve their HR processes, to improve their budgetary processes, to improve their training. So that's really what we're going to be working on for the long term.
Since I was mentioned along with Hannah, I'll just come in briefly. I think it's in many ways we have lots of science. There are still gaps. As I mentioned, one of our deltas isn't very well monitored, and we're looking at that. Limitations, I suppose, government is one. Predictable funding, that's something that's mentioned on those IIED, the International Institute for Environment and Development. Those principles is another. And so how do projects like Living Deltas, for example, carry on beyond their 5-year program? And I know Robert's in the room and he's had a number of major consortia which come to an end. And then what's next? And what's that mean for communities on the ground? So predictable legacy of funding that Hannah was talking about there is a really key one. I think one of the needs that's going to become very apparent for COP27 is this balance between climate change mitigation finance and climate change adaptation finance. Since 2015, the developed nations have committed $100 billion annually towards climate change, addressing climate change, but that's been highly skewed towards mitigation. Probably adaptation, loss and damage are now coming up the agenda slowly, but they're still not at the 50% of that funding, more like 20%. Of that 20%, less than 10% of that has had its impact actually assessed at the local level. And that means less than about 1 or 2% of the global finance for climate change, mitigation and adaptation is being assessed for its efficiency at the local level. That's a real need, I think, for the future as to how we evidence that things are working. I really feel that we need to be, moving towards more bottom-up schemes. involving communities, but unless we actually can show the metrics of that in probably the more traditional ways in terms of pounds, shillings and pence that's been actually worked at the local level, then we will run the risk of not getting more finance, which will then help us actually achieve the objectives of what we want to do, which is actually make a difference at the local level, which is out with that number about the money. It's about making a difference on the ground. And I think that's where sort of initiatives, as I say, with Future Fens, for example, and ourselves see common ground in terms of how local inhabitants of a place have a distinct role to play in their future. And at the moment, that's not metricized at all.
Brilliant. Thank you. So, Peter, anything else to add to that? Otherwise, I think we've got time for 2 more questions because I've kept everybody late for coffee, which I'll get shot for. So Peter, I don't know if you want to comment on that. Then we'll come to a question online, and then there was a question here, and then a copy.
Well, I won't repeat sort of what's been said already. I guess two particular things. I talked about technical challenge around process emissions. That's a big challenge for us as water companies, thinking about mitigation. So that's an obvious one. I think on the bigger question, probably the word I'd use is outcomes. Can we kind of work back from outcomes-based objectives much more? Because when I think about things like the Future Fens integrated adaptation, or I think about even the Beacon project, it starts with having that sort of overall ambition, as opposed to working to that ambition through 2,000 different metrics. So it's almost an interesting play on the question I was asked earlier. You know, the metrics are in service of getting to an objective, not the objective in itself. And at the moment, whether we think about it as government departments, individual companies, regulators, sometimes those things take us in different silos. And when you step back from it, you go, well, surely if we thought about this differently as an overall outcome, we might have a better solution. So a bit of rewiring around outcomes would be a plea.
Thank you. Colette, I think we got an online question.
Yes.
Do you need a microphone? Yeah.
Project. Yeah, it's a question from Calvin Allen from the Angling Trust. So he says, it's to Peter specifically, he says, you gave the impression that the Fenland reservoirs are part of a multi-sector approach. As a member of the Fenland Partnership, it's evident that this is 100% focused solely on PWS, which
Public
water
Services
supply, there we go, with little consideration for agricultural needs. Indeed, its current funding wouldn't cover agricultural needs, and just to check that understanding, and if you could comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. So all of the reservoirs and requirements are coming out of work that we did regionally as part of Water Resources East. So that little logo I sort of pointed at was an organisation that was set up quite a few years ago with the explicit intent to engage all sectors, as opposed to doing what traditionally we would have done as a water company, which is just go off and think about what we need for public water supply. So Water Resources East has developed a regional plan. You can go on the website and you can have a look at it. You can see all the organisations that are part of it. And you will see within that plan what the ambition is. And you'll also see what the engagement is across all sectors. It isn't just agriculture, it isn't just public water supply. The recommendation of that strategy is 2 big reservoirs. Now, ultimately, the reservoirs that we're going to have, we would like to think can be multi-sector, but the funding for those is still likely to come much more from public water supply, because the use of the water is much more likely to be public water supply. The majority of it will be used that way, going back to the question that was asked earlier about the how much, you know, who's using the most water in the region. Well, it's for public water supply. So, but the opportunity is there in the way that these things are being configured to bring funding in from others to pay for their take for agriculture. And across all of them, there's the environmental opportunity to actually improve, you know, the picture for the region off the back of those 2 reservoirs. So it starts as multi-sectors in the thinking right from the beginning. The opportunity is absolutely there in the building of these reservoirs for them to perform much wider functions moving forwards.
Brilliant, thank you. And then last question of the session.
Last question, no stress before coffee.
Yeah, got a brilliant one.
So my name is Jamie Bartram. I work at the University of Leeds. I also have an affiliation here at UEA. thank you all for really interesting and contrasting presentations. One of the things that struck me that I think everyone alluded to and a few people mentioned head on is the critical role of local communities or consumers or whatever vocabulary you want to use in success. And yet, reading between the lines and listening to what you were saying, it struck me that most of you talked about difficulties with that. So, sorry to pick people out, they're all looking nervous. So Hannah, on your slide, you had community engagement 2 years after the MOU was signed and the mapping was done. And Andy, I mean, you're virtual, but you're there, I can see you. You had a lot of commitment to local communities, but the citizen science component, I can't remember the vocabulary used, or community science, that you described as being cut, so the monitoring was being done by government instead. So what's the question? I think this is a really important issue, and I would love to hear reflections on your experiences of engaging with communities at the very earliest stages of project conception, rather than drawing communities and users into projects that have already been conceived. Thank you.
Okay, so I wasn't in post when the project started, but I will talk about what I've heard from the people involved. Definitely, I think there was a feeling within local communities that this is another NGO coming along to do a project for a short time. Is it going to make any difference? There's lots of examples in the local area of projects that have been infrastructure that's been built, but it's not been connected up to the network. And although there's an overhead tower and a borehole, the people don't have water 5 years later. And so I think local communities don't believe it's going to benefit them. And so we had to build trust with the local communities before they were willing to engage with us. And that's why the memorandum of understanding was a turning point, really, because then they realized that Anglian were in it for the longer term. They realized that it was being supported by the central government, not just the local municipality. So there was a commitment from the central government to the project for the long term. And plus they had 2 years of people from Anglian and WaterAid UK coming out to visit them on a 6-monthly basis. So they realized these people are here. Indeed, the principals of Anglian Water came out. So the highest people in Anglian Water came to visit the site. And then the trust was built that these people are interested in our town for the long term. And at that point, we had the kind of engagement and the trust to start talking to the community. So I would say, yes, obviously, I fully agree that you should engage with communities right at the start. But there was a lot of hesitancy, and you had to do that slow building of trust before they were willing to engage. Does that answer the question? Thank you.
I'll come in as well, just to, yeah, we tried to do that right from the start of the project. It is tough. You've got to do it through 2 stages. If you're working overseas, you have to work with the institutions that you're in your network. Then you get to the communities they work with. Now, on these very vast areas, that already means you're in many ways cherry picking, because they work with tried and tested communities. And when you run a project like the Living Deltas Hub, you tend to revisit many of these communities, and it becomes an issue of community fatigue in terms of what you're trying to deal with them. It is extremely important. We do, as I say, play high emphasis on it. The community science bit that you referred to was specifically looking at water quality monitoring in delta ponds, and we wanted to broaden these are very important for local communities. People think of these deltas as being the vast rivers of the Brahmaputra and the Ganges and the Mekong, but in effect, people's water is in their locale. It's the sweet water that they depend on. You and I might not like to drink it, and Peter would probably get in trouble if the color of it sort of was something that Anglian Water was producing, but it's what they have. And when saline intrusion comes in, then those waters become poisoned, and they have to then begin to look at different ways of working together. There's a whole range of issues in terms of how you do it. There's a whole range of power relationships that you're dealing with as well throughout the world. and people have power in small communities and retain it. And so it's difficult sometimes to get to the people who are really important. One of my historian colleagues on the project working with Bangladesh communities in Sunderland, so not in the deltas, took 3 years to be able to sit and talk to the women on their own. And that alludes to what Hannah was talking about, trust. Trust takes time. And in all of our projects, we've had 2 years where we've just been absent, whereas we said we'd be there all the time. So this comes back to my point of predictable funding, which you can then begin to build on projects and look at the gaps from these ones now. So we're already in the process. I think the whole world's applying for the CLARE scheme with Climate Adaptation and Resilience Programme, FCTO and the Canadian Institute for Development Research. But we're using the gap in community science as something that's a gap that we can begin to address in that project. And this is the way science works in many ways, I suppose. It's a lot of casting about and hitting issues. Finally, one of the methods that we use and is to use NGOs, because they are the people who work regularly with communities and have that trust base built up. And so we try to establish MOUs with NGOs to work for us in many ways in these communities, because for us to come in a minibus and then try and build relationships won't work. We haven't got the time for that. Climate change is already on us, so we've got to really work with what we have. And many of our our scientists work on a system called Taiban, where they spend 2 weeks at least in a community listening, and the community come up with their priorities. And that's the way we've tried to work in some of our participatory research, is basically sitting there and listening. And then the issues begin to establish themselves as to what are the key concerns in that area.
Right. Brilliant. Well, thank you. I've just been asked twice, how long is the coffee break? so thank you very much to the panel. Please. So yeah, we are overrunning. So coffee break's going to be 15 minutes. I'll be back here by 3:45. One other thing to say is we've got some spare places for the conference dinner tonight because of transport issues and loads of other stuff. So if you would like to come, it's at 7:30 at the Assembly House in Norwich. Come and talk to me. I'll stay here. But yeah, go for coffee. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it's good. I'm sorry we overran quite so much. I think it's really hard when it's a really good conversation, and then you know, someone's virtual. It's like.
meeting is being recorded. Okay, then, if we can start again. So I'm Robert Nichols from the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, and I have the sort of pleasure of chairing the next session, which is sort of on integrated assessment. And it follows very nicely from the earlier session, which was focusing strongly on climate and water, but was bringing up all the other issues that complicate when we're trying to understand water. And integrated assessment is exactly that problem of trying to understand the system. What does it mean if we're having diminishing water resources and growing populations, or we're trying to adapt in different kinds of ways? And so we've got 4 speakers today who are going to sort of share their perspectives on integrated assessment. I think drawing from the global south, from the UK, from both academic and practitioner perspectives, and going from the top of the catchment down to the coast. We're starting a little bit late, so I think we'll aim to finish about 5:15. Okay, so the panel will run on a little bit. And so it's my great pleasure to welcome the first speaker, Ajay Bav from Newcastle University. He works on the on the other research hub that Andy Large talked about, which is also dealing with water at Newcastle. He has a background working at LSE and Leeds before joining Newcastle. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Robert. I think I'll use this slide over myself. Will that work? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I'll quickly sort of outline a few issues that we have encountered when we look at climate change adaptation. I will talk specifically about the Water Security and Sustainable Development Hub, but I will also talk about what Robert mentioned as one of the key aspects, that is looking at non-climatic factors as contributors to issues that we need to look at as we look at climate change adaptation. And I will focus on issues from the global south, specifically on water security and sustainable development. Right. Well, quickly to sort of give an illustration of what I mean by looking at non-climatic factors. So Bangalore, or Bengaluru as it is now known, went through a series of reports, or witnessed a series of reports in the last few years where experts talked about the city being at the edge of a water crisis. So you might have heard of Cape Town and 0 day, but Bangalore didn't make news in the Western media as much. But it has seen remarkable and extraordinary change. So it has, of course, there are climatic factors reducing rainfall, both catchment and local, but it has also gone an extraordinary amount of transformation population-wise. So it has grown from about 2 million in 1991 to about 9 million in 2011 and about 13 million now. So if you had asked a planner in 1991 what Bangalore might have looked at and what you need to plan for in the next 30-year period, like, it's unlikely that you would have said we need to plan for a 13 million city, right? But that is the kind of transformation that you might see in many of the countries that we are looking at in the developing world. And there are changes that are socioeconomic in nature, standard of living. There are conflicts that might emerge with other regions, as do with in Bangalore as well. So Bangalore gives a really good flavor of what to expect in other places, but also beyond what you would see. Right. So the key messages that I'm going to talk about, well, think about complex things of climate change, from global to local, the temporal nature of climate change and variability and impacts of that, the fact that climate change has multi-sectoral impacts, and when it comes to water resources, you're again looking at evolving changes that we need to look at. In terms of uncertainty, future monsoons are really interesting to look at, and there are drivers of change that are beyond what you might call the natural world and natural climate processes, and I'll talk a bit about that. The importance of non-climatic factors that are relevant to the developing world, and how we have approached some of these in terms of the hub case studies. And in general, I'll talk about the uncertainty and complexity and what that means for challenges for integrated assessment modeling. So this is a really interesting paper by Joe Darren that sort of gives you a really good overview of how global changes and global climate processes can lead to very local changes in seasonal rainfall, for example, in Southern Africa. So the water circulation, which is a global phenomena, sort of is transferred and transmitted through a series of regional and local climate processes. Similarly, something that happens at the poles could lead to very different outcomes at the local level in Southern and Southwestern Africa. So it just gives us an idea of the scale of the global to local linkages of climate change. And because of this complexity, there are issues when it comes to simulating monsoons in particular. Now, this is a paper by Dave Rowell, and it actually really, am I audible? Still audible? Okay. It really sort of emphasizes how we might face issues when simulating monsoons. So the graph actually shows the rainfall for the East African region from 1980 to about 2015 or so, and those are the observations. And you can see that the rainfall has been decreasing across Eastern Africa. But the climate models have consistently shown that regional rainfall across Eastern Africa is supposed to increase because the increasing temperatures should lead to an increase or an intensification of the monsoon. Now, how do you square this? And there are different issues when it comes to simulating regional monsoons and regional climate. But there are also, so besides the natural climatic processes, there are also anthropogenic factors, and I want to talk about a couple of those. So in a study that we looked at the Indian summer monsoon, so moving from Eastern Africa to the Indian subcontinent, which is also facing the same issue when you look at the historical rainfall and the trends in rainfall. So the rainfall has been decreasing, but model projections show that it should increase. We asked experts to sort of outline why that might be the case, that we are facing this much uncertainty. And they highlighted many processes, out of which two were anthropogenic. So aerosol forcing and irrigation actually can sort of affect the flow of the monsoon and the amount of rainfall it leads to across the Indian region. And you can see how complex a picture emerges when you have so many climatic factors and processes affecting the precipitation. But it's all doomsday when it comes to uncertainty, because people have shown that if you incorporate particular processes and anthropogenic forcings, you can actually simulate historical rainfall changes. So Massimo at Edinburgh actually showed that you can incorporate aerosols and get the kind of aerosol forcing behavior and the effect on precipitation at the Indian subcontinental scale. So moving on to irrigation, you have seen, and many papers have shown, that irrigation across the world has increased over the last 30, 40, 50 years. But what that has actually led to is that irrigation in northern part of India, which has increased manifold over the last few decades, it actually cools the surface temperature over the land, over the northern Indian region. Now, you might find this hard to believe given what has happened over the last couple of months in northern India. Extreme temperatures, very high temperatures. But the overall and the average has actually come down because of the cooling effect of irrigation. And what that means is the ocean and the land surface gradient in terms of temperature has changed. And so the monsoons don't actually arrive and don't bring enough rainfall. Now, these are anthropogenic activities that are leading to these kind of changes, which is hard to not just incorporate into models, but of course, predict into the future as well. So, of course, many have seen Suraj Desai's and Rob Wilby's paper, Suraj, who did his PhD back here a long time ago. So it shows how there's an expansion of uncertainty when we move from what the future society might look like through the level of emissions and what the climate models might project across the world and at particular regions, and what the impact models might show at particular local and regional scales. But also in terms of adaptation, this envelope of uncertainty expands because we don't always necessarily capture what adaptation options might be chosen or prioritized by stakeholders and communities at the local level. And even within the sort of envelope of uncertainty, are we capturing in our assessments? It could be integrated assessment modeling, it could be global climate change modeling, it could be impact modeling through water resources. Are we actually capturing the uncertainty space? Because we may not have all the potential regional climate model simulations, the impact model simulations, and what that could actually look like in terms of local scale changes. And then we also don't capture necessarily what the adaptation options might look like to respond to those. So we are not necessarily capturing the uncertainty space, and we are not necessarily identifying options that are robust to uncertainty. But then adaptation also plays a role in terms of what happens on the ground. In many regions, land use change is happening alongside a lot of climate change. As I mentioned, irrigation, there are afforestation activities being undertaken. There are cropping pattern changes, changes in behavior in terms of what people want to consume, diets and so on. And there are also large-scale infrastructures like interbasin transfers. So that adaptation, the process of adaptation also has an implication for impacts and what local climatic changes might be seen in the future. So these interactions are also very difficult and complex to understand and model. And if you go down to the nitty-gritties of local scale, of even basin scale, complexity of interactions, these are papers, and there are plenty of them looking at this complexity of systems and their interactions. I won't go into what these show, but the figure itself is enough to suggest and communicate just how complex a system can be in terms of water, in terms of human behavior, in terms of the stocks and flows of various resources. But it sort of underlines and underscores the importance of understanding that complexity at the local scale. So in the Water Security Hub, we are looking at 4 regions. So we are looking at Colombia, Ethiopia, India, and Malaysia. Within Colombia, we are looking at the Cauca River Basin, in which Cali is one of the major cities you might have heard of. In Ethiopia, we are looking at several river basins, but also at Addis Ababa, which I'll talk about. In India, we are looking at Delhi and the National Capital Region, and where it gets its water resources from, and I'll talk a bit about that. And in Malaysia, we're looking at Peninsular Malaysia in the Johor River Basin that is next to Singapore. Now, in terms of the SDGs, and I think Andy also mentioned that in his talk about how the Living Deltas Hub is trying to sort of look at SDGs and the interactions and interplay. We are to some extent doing the same thing, because although SDG 6 is the primary one, there are many interlinkages with others. And so we are following a systems approach, which is sort of perhaps communicated or indicated by the work streams that we have that looks at the collaboratories, which lead to north-south as well as south-south collaboration. We are trying to integrate all the various dimensions of water risks, governance, and values to try and bring those together into a more systems understanding of water security. And I will talk a bit about these 4 case studies now. So Delhi, it's a very interesting location. It sits very close to the boundary between the Indus and the Gangetic River and the Ganga River basins. It's part of the Yamuna basin system. But it's very interesting because it is the place where there is a lot of activity, human activity, but also from a climate change perspective, there's a lot happening in the on the third pole in the Himalayan region in terms of climate change impacts, and they are also different for the Indus Basin up in the north. That's a dark green region. It's different in the Himalayas where the Ganga Basin draws most of its melt flow from, and then it's different from in the Brahmaputra, which comes from sort of more of the Tibetan side. And so it has various implications in terms of how Delhi is located in that space. And it also receives water from a variety of sources. So it gets its water locally from the groundwater, from the river basin in which it is located, the Yamuna Basin, but also gets it from the Indus Basin. Now that is interesting because it has geopolitical issues with the water sharing with Pakistan. And it also gets water from the Ganga Basin, the Ganga Water Canal, and it has implications for international water sharing with Bangladesh, as something that Andy mentioned in his talk as well. And there's additional supply being thought of because none of it is enough. Delhi is at the moment, it has crossed 20 million, and that's a conservative estimate. It's probably in terms of the greater Delhi region, is probably in the range of 25 million or thereabouts, or a bit more perhaps. So you're looking at a serious growth rate, and the region is fairly dry. It's about 800 millimeters or 900 millimeters of rainfall in 4 months. So how do you manage water and how do you source it? And what would happen if all those different sources of water face issues? So you have socio-political tensions with other states, neighboring regions, neighboring river basins from which you are drawing water, and climate change could affect the various river basins differently. So how do you approach adaptation? So the approach we have taken is to look at the decision context, and I'll talk about the decision context relevance with respect to Malaysia as well. So Malaysia in the Johor River Basin sits at the peninsular edge of Malaysia, and Singapore draws a substantial amount of its water supply from this basin. So it's an international basin, if you may. But at the same time, Johor faces a lot of its own issues. There's water quality problems because there's expansion of population, sometimes not regulated. And even though there is, if you may, technical capacity that's available, it's not necessarily translated into changes in water quality, industrial effluents, and so on, because Malaysia is also industrializing very quickly. And they also face issues of flooding because the basin, although if you look at the mean, and that's the horizontal line in that plot, if you look at the mean, it's all right? You get about 2,500 millimeters of rainfall spread out fairly well distributed across the year, but it's the variability. So for example, in early this year, most of Johor Basin faced extreme floods because the rainfall was really high. But they also have periods when it gets down to 1,500 millimeters. And the ecosystems and the population is used to higher amount of water. And so when you face that level of variability, that is also spatially different, as you can see from that second plot, it becomes an issue of how to adapt and how to address different aspects: water quality, quantity, timing, flooding, drought, and so on and so forth. In Colombia, we come across another set of issues. So it receives, again, a very high amount of rainfall, but it sits in a place where there has been historical conflict because there are diverse ethnic communities, a history of many conflicts between incoming communities who practice different kind of agriculture in different parts of the basin. So this is the Cauca Basin, which also has very different kind of seasonality. It's a very interesting location in terms of the climate. It has unimodal, bimodal, mixed seasonality, and aseasonal rainfall, and within a very small region, relatively small region. But there is a lot of activity in terms of sugarcane, in terms of city expansion of Cali and other cities. There's hydropower being planned. There's coffee. There are Paramo ecosystems at the higher altitudes in the Andes, which are really important. So water has to be provided for those. So there's so much that has to be attended to, if you may, in terms of non-climatic factors in that region, that it becomes difficult to address. And also from a climate perspective, if you look at the drivers of change, there are many regions from which it draws moisture. The Caribbean low-level jet, the moisture that's drawn from the Pacific Ocean, and moisture that is drawn from across the Amazon. So if you want to understand what climate change could bring, good luck. There is extreme uncertainty because it's such a dynamic location. We don't understand the individual components, let alone how they might interact and change in the future. In the context of Addis Ababa, where I was just last week as well, and maybe that's still partly jet lagged perhaps. But it's an interesting location because we are going through something called the Addis Ababa Adaptation Network, and we are setting this up, and we want to institutionalize this network in the Addis Ababa Water Supply and Sewerage Authority, as well as the government of Ethiopia. And the idea is to we had this series of workshops with them and meetings to identify, well, what are the types of challenges from a water security perspective? What is the timing of those challenges? So droughts, seasonal droughts, variability, flooding locations, and so on and so forth. And how do these interact with other issues? And we asked them to develop a systems diagram. Now, I've just given you an example of one diagram that they drew up, but there are many more of these because each breakout group had a different set of issues, had a different set of interactions and relationships that they found were far more important. And so the challenge is to bring those all together and form a more complex systems understanding, but at the same time try and look at adaptation that can address a range of those issues. Even if you can't address all of them, addressing some of them or the most number of those issues would be a step forward. But at the same time, the challenge is to address for those adaptation options to be useful or to provide value across a range of uncertain futures. And that is under a class of approaches called the decision-making under uncertainty approaches, and we can talk a bit about that in the questions perhaps. But that is an attempt to identify robust adaptation options. They are not always available. They might not always be acceptable to all the stakeholders, and so on and so forth. So what are the challenges for integrated assessment modeling? Now, I've talked about complexity and uncertainty in all those various dimensions: non-climatic factors, climatic factors, the various decision contexts, the locations, and the issues therein. But in terms of the integrated assessments that we are trying to project futures with all its complexity, the problem is to understand firstly the baseline and trying to understand, well, what are the various adaptation interventions that are being thought of, are being implemented. It could be groundwater development, interbasin transfers, virtual water trade. There are many regional initiatives to address water scarcity and availability through virtual water trade. Capturing mean and variability in the case of water as well as seasonality. Looking at climate variability and crop management. That's many issues that are being that are raised as well, and what that might mean in terms of evapotranspiration, global, local, regional. In terms of national adaptation policies and what that might mean at the local scale, at the regional scale. And one of the big issues is technological change and what that could mean. For example, I read once something that Tushar Shah wrote, one of the foremost experts on groundwater in the world, about how one technological, this is not necessarily innovation, but just breakthrough. It brought that bringing the cost down of submersible pumps in India changed a surface water irrigated Indian landscape to a groundwater dominated Indian landscape in a period of about 10 to 15 years. So it's an extraordinary change that one innovation can bring. And that could happen with other innovations, solar pumps, the trade-offs between energy innovation and pumping of groundwater for some cash crop. So there are many issues that we don't necessarily capture, and that's one of these is technological uncertainty. And we also don't necessarily capture the uncertainty when it comes to interactions between different sectors and the prioritization of hydropower or water supply for drinking over irrigation or over environment. So I maybe raised more issues than answered any of the questions that you might have, but that was the attempt. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much, AJ. So now we'll move on and we'll get Jeff Darch mic'd up. And so Jeff, I think, as you already realise, is based at Anglian Water, where he's responsible for the long-term sort of planning of water resource management. So we're moving back to the UK. And he's also a visitor at UEA. Jeff.
I am, thank you. Yes, thanks, Robert. Good afternoon, everyone, here in person and online. It's great to be here. If I can have the next slide, please. And the next one, please. Brilliant, thank you. So yeah, water scarcity, a really urgent issue. And very sadly, as I was putting this slide together, I could have picked many more examples from many other countries around the world, Iran, Pakistan, India, for example. But these were four recent examples from The Guardian. And, you know, lots of words in here: unprecedented, alarm, real concern, and impacts in many different ways, whether it's child health, whether it's economic, or whatever. So really significant issue. It isn't just internationally though. It is also right here in the UK, and of course that Italian example there within Europe. So it's a real issue that's quite actually close to home. If I could have the next slide, please. So yeah, when we bring this back to Anglian Water, and I'm going to also talk today a little bit about Water Resources East that were involved in our planning work. We have a number of challenges, and Peter's actually kind of done a great job speaking before me in terms of setting these out. So climate change, talking about growing cities and the economic growth within the east of England, and also in protecting the environment. So, you know, we have a fantastic water-based environment in the east of England, the only water-based national park, for example. Chalk streams, a very significant feature. But also we have a number of challenges as a kind of water company, as a provider of water. And this comes from our strategic direction statement, which was refreshed a few years ago. But actually you can see, you know, affordability and customer expectations, you know, that's going to go really high up the list as we go through the cost of living crisis that we're facing at the moment. If we could go on a slide, please. Yeah, and you've already seen this sort of jaws of death diagram, as it's called, to pick up, just to reinforce the question that Manoj asked earlier. So the difference here between the sort of purple, the dark purple line, and the sort of lighter blue line above it is headroom, and that's the kind of allowance that we make for uncertainty. And if we were to expand this graph out to the right, we'd pick up the much larger uncertainties associated with climate change in the long term. But this was truncated in 2045 based on Water Resource Management Plan 2019. Now, actually, if I was standing here in 3 months' time, we would have published our draft, or be about to publish our draft Water Resource Management Plan 2024, and it's going to have another graph like that. And in fact, it's even more depressing in terms of the jaws of death, despite the efforts that we've made over the past 5 years. And I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. But if we can move on a slide, please. So this is some work that Nile, who's in the audience somewhere, who's a PhD student here at UEA with the Anglian Centre, and also working with Anglian Water. And this is a simple measure of aridity under a number of different regional climate models going forward. And we're looking at the baseline period and then a 2-degree world and a 4-degree world. And it's pretty obvious to see the change that we could experience with the southeast of England and the east in particular becoming significantly more arid, particularly if we end up in a 4-degree world. Next slide, please. And what does that mean? This is another plot that Neil put together, looking at drought metrics. Here we're looking at both the standard precipitation index and a second index that includes evapotranspiration, so including the impact of temperature on evaporation. And what you can see here is an increased frequency and duration of drought as we go forward in time. And again, particularly under that 4-degree scenario, we could see almost a continuous state of drought, certainly if we took the SPI metric within the east of England, and in fact more generally across the UK. Next slide, please. So I work for a water company, but as I mentioned, also part of Water Resources East, which was referred to by Peter earlier. And this is the emerging regional plan that was published at the beginning of this year. And looking at the size of some of the deficits that we have and some of the drivers that are causing those, and not just for public water supply, but also for things like energy and agriculture in future. And when we kind of overlay those impacts within our region, we can start to see some real combinations of pressures. So for example, the Trent has been a real kind of energy river over many decades. That is also important for public water supply, both now and the future. You can look at come to Norfolk, for example, and look at the enhanced environmental ambition we have around chalk streams, but also the fact that we abstract water from the chalk for public water supply and for agriculture. And then we've got things like the Oxcam Arc. I think that's probably gone out of fashion now, but certainly the development in that area towards Cambridge, huge numbers of additional homes which could be built over the next few decades. So if we can move forward a slide, please. So how do we deal with this? I think we'd call this a wicked problem, or maybe a super wicked problem, or something like that. But how do we go about that? Well, we've developed our kind of own, I suppose, integrated assessment framework to do that. And we've got to put kind of everything into the pot in order to be able to make some decisions. And of course, it's really important that those decisions are efficient. We don't want to be paying too much or kind of risking investment. We want them to be effective and to avoid things like maladaptation. And we need those things to be equitable and think about who pays for what. And just the kind of approach that we've done to adopt this, particularly this sort of decision making under uncertainty, is one around robust decision making. And this really looks at options and things that we can do in future, and looks at how robust they are to the uncertainties that we may be facing, rather than trying to seek a sort of top-down optimal solution. Next slide, please. So to do this, we've developed this multi-objective robust decision-making approach. This is work that we've done with the University of Manchester. And this adopts some of the thinking in this space by RAND in the US and other workers. And essentially, we go through a number of different steps within this RDM process. And I'll just briefly talk about each of these. So problem formulation, this is when we kind of scope the project. Really important that stakeholders are involved at this stage. So we look at, what are the uncertainties that are affecting our planning? What options do we have available to ourselves? And actually, what performance, how do we want to evaluate performance? That goes back to the question that Jamie raised earlier around metrics, I think it was. And then we have a simulation model, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And then we can do what's called a baseline vulnerability assessment. So we can look at how does the system perform under different scenarios. But crucially, we then move on to this portfolio search. And here we're basically looking at all the possible things that we could do and how well they stack up against future different scenarios of climate change, of drought, of population change and environmental policy decisions. And we look at hundreds of those possible future options and tens, if not hundreds, of scenarios. And then we come to a trade-off analysis, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Again, stakeholders really essential within that process. And finally, we look at the scheduling. So, what should we do first, second, third, out in time? That's very much focused on taking an adaptive planning approach. And then we do some kind of stress testing. Next slide, please. So I mentioned system simulation. This was one of the kind of big kind of efforts that we made, again, working with stakeholders over a number of years. We've essentially developed what we call a regional simulator, which has all the supplies and demands for water, not just public water supply, but agriculture, energy, and environmental use of water as well. It includes hydrological models within the wider framework, including lump parameter groundwater models. And we use this, and it's a very fast running model, so we can run all these scenarios and all these options very, very fast. And we can couple this with the search process that we use. Next slide, please. And what we do here is something called a multi-criteria search, and this is the kind of integrated part of it from a performance metric point of view. So on that top right, you don't need to read the detail there, but that's just sort of Anglian Water's kind of best value planning objectives. So what we might seek to have as a set of objectives covering all kind of different areas. And each organization or groups of organization come around the table with their own performance metrics. And then the kind of computational bit, we use this multi-criteria search, and essentially we're trying to find the best performing options, taking these things into account. It's just a 2D kind of representation of that. So we find, for those of you who are into this kind of modeling stuff, it's the Pareto optimal kind of options, but in multi-dimensions. And then essentially we use those equivalent of the red dots here as our trade-off. So if we can move on one slide, please. So we ended up with a series of what we call planning workshops, and I appreciate you probably can't see all the detail on here, but essentially each of the vertical lines here are different performance metrics that have been set. On the right-hand side, there are also some aggregated options, so the amount of desalination, the amount of reservoir storage, for example. And each of the grey lines, the grey horizontal lines in here, represents a portfolio of options that we're considering implementing in the future. And what we can do working with users is then we can kind of what we call brush each of the vertical lines. This is when each group of stakeholders might say, well, we only want to pay up to this amount. Agriculture might say we want this amount of water as a supplier, and so on. And doing that, you narrow down the kind of availability. And here I've just highlighted two different scenarios. So a BAU plus, so-called, sort of a middle level of environmental ambition out to 2050, and an enhance, a much more kind of environmentally ambitious scenario, leaving a lot more water in the environment. And you can see that it's possible to achieve both of those outcomes. Perhaps it's harder to achieve. There are fewer kind of portfolios that get us to enhance. They're going to be more expensive. So you can see that sort of down the cost on the cost performance metric, and it's going to rely on more reservoir storage and more desalination in order to achieve this. And we create hundreds of these kind of plots and go through hundreds of these kind of plots to look at kind of what we can do. And then crucially as well, we also then analyze what's in these different portfolios, and essentially we start looking at the regret that might be associated with picking options within that. Next slide, please. And essentially, the two of the big kind of low regret options that we're moving towards at the moment are two new reservoirs, and this was mentioned earlier. And importantly, certainly within the sort of WRE context, we're really keen that they are multi-sector and multi-beneficial. We haven't built any reservoirs in the east of England since the 1970s, so this would be a big kind of change. But one that's very much needed, and particularly to balance out these potential increase in extremes that we may see in future. We can go on a slide, please. And I won't dwell on this. Peter went through this earlier, but this is again another sort of look at how we're trying to integrate the thinking around, say, flood risk management, around biodiversity, as well as just the provision of water resources. So we go on to the next slide, please. This is my penultimate slide. Yeah, so just to bring this down now to a specific locality. This is some work that we've been doing with Water Resources East, with Norfolk County Council and the Nature Conservancy, developing a water strategy specifically for the county of Norfolk. And the aim here is to focus on nature-based solutions and the potential for nature-based solutions to assist with water security issues, and whether that be water resources, water quality, or inland flood risk. And we've just recently published a couple of weeks ago a progress report, which you can find on the WRE website. And we're actually looking for feedback from stakeholders at the present. And there's two kind of aspects to this that we're looking, and this adopts some of the thinking that the Nature Conservancy have used internationally. The first is the creation of what we're calling a Norfolk Water Hub, a platform essentially to coordinate the different efforts, particularly around the development of nature-based solutions. And the second thing, which is really quite innovative, certainly in a kind of UK-European context, is the creation of a water fund. And this is where we can kind of look to aggregate supplies, aggregate demand in terms of needs, and bring those things together and look at how we can actually realize projects. So we can move on a slide, please. So some concluding remarks then. So significant challenges in maintaining water security in future. And I think particularly, in a 4-degree world, we've already seen a degree of change. Another degree of change will be painful, but 4 degrees is going to require quite expensive and extensive adaptation. Water resource management is going to require multi-sector and a multi-scale focus, right down from the smaller scale up to sort of regional and inter-regional cooperation within the UK context. Regional water resource planning, we're very much focused at the moment on finding low regret options that we can implement immediately. And it's important that we do that given this kind of jaws of death situation that we're in. In the short term, there are going to be some quite difficult trade-offs in terms of how quickly we can move to, say, realize some of the environmental ambition in order to bring in the kind of right long-term solutions. It's vital that stakeholders are engaged in the planning process, and they are throughout, and that would include our customers within that. And finally, catchment management. We've heard so much great stuff about that today. It is really important, not just for water resources in isolation, but as part of the wider catchment management perspective. Thanks, Robert.
Okay, so our next, thank you very much, Jeff. Our next speaker is Rachel Warren. Rachel is Professor of Global Change and Environmental Biology at UEA, also been an IPCC author, including on the recent report. And she has done a lot of integrated assessment work and is going to sort of share some of her experiences. Over to you, Rachel. So if you just say next slide or use the next
slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so following the 2 excellent presentations giving some detailed examples of integrated assessment work, and with apologies for the fact that I seem to be suddenly losing my voice, I'm going to step back a bit and think more about how one goes about designing integrated assessment, and the fact that integrated assessment can be used to address a very wide range of policy questions. And in relation to the point made earlier by someone in the audience about the importance of working with people on the ground from the outset, the importance of designing and deciding what is the question that you are going to try to answer right from the beginning. Next slide, please. So why is it that we do integrated environmental assessment? Well, it's because we want to arrive at an informed judgment on the course of action with regard to environmental problems. There are some choices that people on the ground want to make, and they're not sure what to do. That's why we do it. And in order to answer that question, whatever it is, we may need to bring together information from different disciplines. So physics, chemistry, biology, social science, institutional phenomena. So this includes all of the scientific disciplines as well as the views and needs of a wide variety of stakeholders. Next slide, please. And this multidisciplinary approach yields new insights, and it combines the concerns of the different stakeholders who may have previously only thought about one element of the problem and can open their eyes to the needs of other people in their communities. And water resources, of course, are a prime example of an interdisciplinary issue. Water resources are essential for the functioning of both human and natural systems, and water deficit and excess can damage both human and natural systems. And therefore, we have a water management and allocation issue, problem to solve, which is what many people have been talking about already today. Next slide, please. So once you've identified a problem like this, here are some examples of problems that decision makers may ask. Now, happily, we've moved beyond, perhaps in relation to climate change and water resources, some of these problems where people tend to be skeptical. They may ask, what is the evidence so that there is a problem? Is the scientific evidence really overwhelming? What is at risk? How much are these risks going to cost us? And how expensive is it to take action to prevent these damages? And how significant are the uncertainties? And all of those are questions that tend to be asked by people who don't want to spend money to address the problem. And I'm happy to see that many of you today are aiming your integrated assessments at people who've already accepted that money needs to be spent. But once you've decided that money needs to be spent, then there's another set of questions that tend to be asked. So next slide, please. So this is just showing an example of an integrated assessment project that I ran for many years called the Community Integrated Assessment System, where we thought about the science policy interface by considering how the integrated assessment operator, that is the small team in the Tyndall Centre that I was leading, had to, on the one hand, integrate all of the scientists in the different disciplines in the academic community, and on the other hand, integrate across all of the various stakeholders that we wanted to talk to. We needed to assess the policy needs, find out what they were, analyze them, and then respond. And in doing that, it's very important to arrive at a good decision about what actually is the policy question that you're going to answer. And on the one hand, you can just ask the decision makers what is the question they want the answer to, but sometimes they don't know actually. So you might suggest things to them and they might then select from that. Or it could be that they know very well, but it's a question that you cannot possibly answer with any degree of certainty because the scientific information is not there. So you then have to arrive at a compromise. What is a question that you can answer with a reasonable degree of certainty? So a prime example of this might be that a decision maker wants to know what exactly is the level of a particular risk indicator going to be in 2050. We can't answer that because we don't know what the population is going to be in 2050. We don't know, there's a huge uncertainty in regional climate projection. But if instead you say, if I take this action, will it reduce the risk? Then the answer to that is certainly yes. And you can probably give a good estimate of what the percentage of reduction in the risk is. You can answer that with a lot more certainty than you can answer a question about what is the precise level of a particular indicator in 2050. Next slide, please. And so in trying to answer these questions, there are a variety of ways that you can go about it using integrated assessment. So a very common method is to use scenario analysis. So you have a whole bunch of futures with different levels of, for example, global warming. different levels of future population change, and you then run these scenarios forward into the future and look at the implications. And then within that, you may then say, okay, supposing I do this particular land management strategy or this particular water management strategy, how does it help me under those 5 different futures? And then you can say, okay, well, oh, look, this strategy works in all these 5 different futures. Or you might do optimization. So this might be a common one is where a decision maker wants you to minimize the costs and maximize the benefits. And so again, you can do that in those different scenarios. And then another common one is a tolerable windows approach. This was one that was much championed by a former Tyndall director, John Schellenhuber, where you say, okay, well, I want to say that as a stakeholder might say that we have a limit on what is acceptable. So here, perhaps in terms of the reliability of public water supply. And then everything that you play with in your integrated assessment model is effectively an optimization subject to that constraint that you cannot exceed that threshold in terms of the reliability of water supply or water quality, perhaps. Then you might do an uncertainty-related analysis. So particularly if you're using simple models, you might set up a Monte Carlo analysis where you throw all of the uncertainties in your input data or your model parameters and number crunch with simple models to try to understand this whole picture of the influence of uncertainty on your decisions and what decisions are actually robust to the uncertainties. And then there are also some people who do more qualitative integrated assessment. That's not really what I do. Next slide, please. And so issues that arise when conducting integrated assessment, and I think I can say I've encountered all of them. If you have models that are too complex, that you connect to other models that are too complex, you end up with an incredibly complicated interaction. It's very difficult to understand it, and it's very difficult to validate it. And at the end of the day, when you run a model, you need to be sure that results make sense. And if you are too ambitious in your complexity of integrated assessment, you can simply end up with a mess that you don't understand. So, and at the other end of the extreme, if you use models that are too simple, of course, you might fail to capture important elements of what you're trying to understand. So there is actually a balance there in terms of the level of complexity that you want to go for. So when I was bringing together models in the community integrated assessment system, one of the things we came up against was actually model compatibility. And in particular, so this is like, you know, some people are doing optimization and other people are doing scenario analysis. Of course, those models don't want to talk to each other. People might be using dynamic models, or they might be using static models. So some people might be using process-based models. Other people are using statistical emulators. So there are very, very different types of models, and some of them just aren't compatible. And then, of course, there are all the less scientifically interesting incompatibilities, which is something that we have to address in all of our integrated projects in the Tyndall Centre. Are people using the same set of climate scenarios? Are they using the same spatial grid to work on? Are they using the same socioeconomic scenarios? And so all of these are very important and sometimes a little tedious things that have to be addressed when doing interdisciplinary integrated assessment. And another thing that comes up often in integrated assessment, we're using cutting edge computer technology to link together models from different disciplines. These are models that have been written in different computer languages that might even run on different platforms. And so there are sophisticated new technologies that enable us to overcome these technical barriers between models. But many of these systems actually find it rather difficult to simulate feedbacks. And feedbacks can actually be very important scientifically. Next slide, please. I'm now going to come on to some examples of projects that we've been doing in Tyndall Centre. And before I get into it, I just want to talk a bit about the importance of integrated work when addressing water resources problems. So stepping back a little bit from water resources is one element of our current global environmental crisis, our biodiversity emergency and our climate change emergency. And in the recent Making Peace with Nature report, it was concluded that the only way that we could achieve our sustainable development goals and address these emergencies was to work with nature and not work against nature. And that means that in every single effort to adapt or mitigate to climate change, it is important to look very carefully at where there might be conflicts between these actions and biodiversity conservation. Because we all depend on natural capital. So people used to think that that biodiversity was some kind of luxury that we could enjoy once we had a decent economy. But actually, we're all totally dependent on natural capital, as one of the earlier speakers has highlighted. And so it's very important that when we mitigate, when we work towards net zero, when we adapt to climate change, when we manage our water resources, that we ensure that every action that we do is going to assist biodiversity conservation. And there are some examples of this where is looking at nature-based solutions, which is the subject of tomorrow morning's presentations, and looking at ways to minimize conflicts. I'm not suggesting that there aren't any conflicts, there are, but we need to look for ways to minimize them and ways to look for win-win solutions and synergies wherever possible. So one of the people who did this first at the Tyndall Centre was one of my students, Rosanna Jenkins, who worked on the Tana Basin in Kenya. And she used a variety of models to project the impacts of climate change on water resources, agriculture, and biodiversity in the Tana Basin in Kenya. And she was looking at the development plans in the region that the government had made and did a spatial analysis to highlight where were the government's plans really not optimal in terms of these synergies and conflicts. And she was looking at those synergies and conflicts spatially. And one of the things that we've done in the Tyndall Centre is, so through the Wallace Initiative, which is led by Jeff Price, who unfortunately can't be here today, he's got a nasty cold, which I possibly may have caught, we have run projections of the impacts of climate change on thousands of species and have identified the places in the world where biodiversity is least affected by climate change, which we call the refugia. And one of the things that Rosanna was doing was looking at how could agriculture be developed by not putting new agriculture in those refugia. And also, how could you choose crops to grow that would actually lose less water? So the second example is the Open Clim project, which is led by Robert Nichols here, director of the Tyndall Centre. And here we are doing a similar thing that in the UK to inform the next climate change risk assessment. And so we're combining socioeconomics, climate, physical processes, including water resources, land use and biodiversity, to look at how can we actually design land and water management to help the UK adapt to climate change. Those are not the only things we're looking at, but that's the example I'll focus on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So one of the things we're doing is looking at the risks under 2 degrees warming compared with 4 degrees warming at 2100, and also looking at 2 degrees warming in 2050 versus 2100, and then looking at how much these levels of risk can be reduced by adaptation. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. And so underpinning the work on water resources in Open Clim are, of course, the UK CP18 projections, which someone's already shown, so I'm going to move on. Next slide, please. But basically is showing that these particularly issues with drought in southern and eastern England. One of the case studies in OpenClim is actually the Clyde catchment, which is shown here. And so what I'm really trying to show you here is how, despite this really big picture integrated assessment, we also have this incredibly detailed catchment modelling that is underpinning this work. Next slide, please. And so here you can see outputs from the Shertran model with thanks to Elizabeth Lewis at Newcastle University, who's one of our partners in the Tyndall Centre, and showing the simulation results of water table depth in the Clyde catchment. The next slide, please. And I don't have time to discuss it, but basically this is just to show that having done that, that work then feeds into work on flood hazard, it feeds into work on land use change, and looking at solutions in terms of land cover, what decisions we make about land cover, what decisions people make about what crops to grow in the region, and what decisions are made about where to put new urban development, i.e. not in floodplains. We all know about that one. Next slide, please. And my second example is the global scale risk. I've led many projects on this, typically comparing risks at different levels of warming, often under consulting projects for the UK government. And flood and drought are some of the most important risks that we have looked at globally. Next slide, please. And so in one of these projects, we looked at major river basins in the world, which is shown here. And Helen Hay, who's in the audience here, has done a great deal of work in many of these projects, which I've led on projecting flood risk in such catchments. Next slide, please. And in particular, looking in these catchments about the flood frequency and how it changes, looking at the metric called Q100, which is basically looking at the worst flood in the last 100 years, looking at, okay, how big is that flood? How often does that flood happen in the future? So that's a simplified description of what it is. And here, basically in our 3 different color bars, we're comparing the outcome of 1.5, 2, and 3 degrees of warming, and looking at how the risks increase with the global warming in each of these catchments. And not surprisingly, the greater the warming tend to have a greater change in the flood risk, although there are some non-linearities there as well. And you can see that some of these changes are really quite significant. Next slide, please. We aggregated this globally and looked at the percentage of global risks that were avoided by limiting warming to 1.5 degrees rather than 2 above pre-industrial levels. This is actually all coming out in a paper on the 29th of June in Climatic Change, so in a couple of weeks. And what you could see is that when you look at the percentage of risks avoided, the human exposure to fluvial flooding actually is the one with the greatest benefit. If you actually look at it in terms of the absolute risk avoided, it's the exposure to drought. The number of people that are protected is greater for exposure to drought. Next slide, please. And so not only have we looked at it in an aggregated fashion, but we've looked at it spatially as well. So this is looking at this population exposure to drought. And this is what's avoided if you were to achieve the Paris goal of pursuing efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees rather than 2. So this is the benefit, and you can see this is an enormous benefit, especially in these red areas. You can see huge benefits in India, which has been mentioned a lot today, and in Europe and in the southeast of England itself, if we were to achieve that Paris goal. So this is the kind of information that we produce for BEIS, which they then use when they go and talk to governments and try to persuade them to up their action on climate change. Next slide, please. And we've also looked at the agri-economic damages that are associated with that. Yes, so I'm being reminded that I'm over time, so apologies for that. But in summary, you can see that integrated assessment is a very diverse tool. And I want to emphasize how important it is to agree the question that you are going to ask with your decision makers who are going to use the research before you design the integrated assessment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. So now our last speaker is Paulette Posen. She's actually online, so we don't need to mic her up. Paulette is a senior spatial scientist based in CFAS, based actually in the Weymouth lab of CFAS, although she spent, I think, quite a long time at UEA before moving to CFAS. And she has a lot of experience in environmental modeling and impact assessment within the spatial framework, and I think will take us a little bit to the coast as well in part of her talk. So Paulette, over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the presenters and organisers for making this possible. There have been some really interesting talks today, and some of what I'm about to say will echo some of the talks that have been given, particularly from the aspect of sort of catchment modelling and land use management and under climate change, etc. And I'm just sorry that I can't be there with you in person. So I'm going to try this remote technology, see if it works. Yes, good. So I've actually worked for over 20 years in spatial analysis and assessment of the influence of human activity on terrestrial and marine environments. Firstly at UEA, where I actually was, I took part in some of the activities at the outset of the Water Security Research Centre. And I know some former colleagues from the centre are there today. And my research at UEA focused on land use impacts on river water quality and measures required to achieve Water Framework Directive targets. And then for the last 10 years, I've been working at CFAS, firstly in Lowestoft and now in Weymouth. And I've worked on a range of topics, including assessment of impacts of fishing activity on marine habitats, the influence of riverine flow on salmonid populations in UK rivers, and assessing microbiological risks in bathing waters and shellfish harvesting areas. And most recently, considering aquaculture, not only as a food source, but as a restorative activity with potential for climate mitigation and water quality improvement. And so my talk is going to sort of bring food into the already complicated equation of water management and climate change. So working across both terrestrial and aquatic environments has highlighted for me the interconnectedness of these systems and the interconnectedness of all systems and human activity, and the need for an integrated approach for assessment and management. So using some examples from our work at CFAS, my talk will focus on aspects of food production on land and in coastal waters, and interactions between water quality, food production and climate change. So I'll start at the intersection of land and sea. Around 80% of marine pollution comes from the land. And the 2019 IPCC assessment indicated that agriculture, forestry and other land uses account for between 13% and 21% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. So agriculture and rural areas are also largely responsible for the failures of water environment regulation. And DEFRA has recently set out a summary of Environment Act targets under the 25-year Environment Plan. And among these targets, there are water demand targets that require sufficient surface and groundwater to protect and improve biodiversity, water quality and wetland habitat. The nutrient target, which is aiming by 2037 to reduce inputs of nitrogen, phosphorus and sediments from agriculture by 40%, and reduce phosphorus from wastewater treatment by 80%, thereby reducing the risk of eutrophication. And then there's the marine protected area target, which is aiming for all designated features in the UK's marine protected area network, be they habitats or species, to be put on a path to recovery. So all of these targets are going to require to take account of systems interactions, thereby needing an fully integrated approach to monitoring, assessment and delivery. So in order to try and understand these pressures, at CFAS we've been developing models to investigate likely effects of water quality on water quality of the types of regenerative land management initiatives being considered under the new environmental land management schemes. And we also want to consider how river flow and water quality may respond to likely changes in rainfall patterns as a result of climate change. And so in order to do this, we use a variety of observational data and modelling techniques to make these assessments. And one particular area of interest for these assessments has been Liverpool Bay. There's been lots of work done there by CFAS modellers. So as with many coastal environments, Liverpool Bay is subject to multiple pressures from both terrestrial and marine activities. And the bay and surrounding areas have been the focus of several CFAS studies relating to different aspects of coastal water quality, contaminant transport, and ecosystem health. River load monitoring data in the area have shown that while phosphorus loads from catchments have decreased due to improvements in wastewater treatment, nitrogen loads have not fallen by the same extent. So there's still some need for improvement there. So within the Liverpool Bay area, we've used the River Ribble catchment as a case study area to try to demonstrate some of the types of changes to land use that could be implemented at the catchment level, and found that the biggest potential shifts in land use, should they be possible, could come from conversion of improved and natural grasslands to transitional woodland, with corresponding reduction in livestock numbers, and also from the expansion of existing wetland onto adjacent low, oops, sorry. That changed before I wanted it to. Yeah, corresponding reduction in livestock numbers, and also the expansion of existing wetlands onto adjacent low grade agricultural land and natural grasslands. And my colleagues were using the soil water assessment tool, SWAT, to assess how these land use changes and future climate may affect riverine outputs. And there are similar models being developed for all of the river catchments draining to Liverpool Bay. So with colleagues, in collaboration with colleagues at CFAS, who are experts, have expertise in hydrodynamic modelling, earth observation and image interpretation, we're building a picture of riverine plume extent in coastal waters over different temporal cycles. So that's both tidal cycles and seasonal cycles. We're examining the influence of present day land use and weather patterns on water quality in estuaries and riverine plumes into Liverpool Bay. We're using observational data to assess how changes in rainfall and affect these the plumes. But we're also using some scenario assessments, like the types of scenario that Rachel was just mentioning, to assess the likely future changes to plume extents and water quality under these different land use and climate change scenarios. So we can see that coastal water quality is both influenced by human activities and by natural processes. And some of these changes and influences can comprise chemical, physical and bacterial loadings, for instance, from agriculture, including livestock farming, or from industrial sources. And some of the negative impacts of those loadings or those contaminants may be exacerbated by, for instance, intense rainfall events predicted under climate change. So, how does this interact with food and water? So, coastal water quality can both impact on and be impacted by aquatic food production. As we've heard in many of the previous talks, we face complex challenges from global population pressures and food security and food safety, the need to provide food for that growing global population. But in that, along with that food provision, we need to ensure animal health and welfare, and also environmental and ecosystem health and safety. And all of these considerations must be taken against the context of climate change. And so we need an integrated whole system approach for safe, sustainable food production. Aquaculture can be part of that solution, but it needs careful management and regulation. So we need to understand and be able to control those environmental interactions and human health risks associated with aquatic food production. As the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization Reference Centre for Bivalve Mollusk Sanitation and the National Reference Centre, the Reference Laboratory for Foodborne Viruses and Bacterial Contamination of Bivalve Mollusks, sustainable harvesting of bivalve shellfish, CFAS supports the promotion of safe and sustainable harvesting of bivalve shellfish as a positive contribution to global food safety and security. So, what is aquaculture? Aquaculture is basically the farming of fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and seaweeds. So, while the volume of wild capture fisheries is in decline, aquaculture production has actually grown and is predicted to double by 2050 to meet consumer demand for fish and seafood, far exceeding capture fisheries. However, as with aquaculture, we need to decouple aquatic food production from environmental damage. So how do we achieve this? In order to do this, we need to adopt a whole system approach for restoring and sustaining a healthy environment. So some of the issues, some of the techniques we've been looking at, or the possibilities we've been looking at, are these land-based measures through land use change and restorative agriculture to protect our soils, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and to improve water quality. We need to rethink food production and industrial processes to provide safe, healthy nutrition for all, and reduce risks from microbiological contamination and the growing prevalence of antimicrobial resistance. We also need to assess the benefits of restorative aquaculture, such as using shellfish and seaweed production as carbon and nutrient sinks, and their extractive properties for water purification. Or we can consider how the extension of marine habitats and coastal protection could be provided by shellfish beds and seaweed forests. And last but not least, we need to consider other potential benefits, such as seaweed production for agricultural fertilizer use, for instance, or as a substitute for numerous other products. These are all areas of work in which I and my colleagues at CFAS are involved or are developing to varying extents. So just looking at the bigger picture, our monitoring, surveillance and emergency response activities at CFAS are all underpinned by robust data collection and analysis. So we use observations and modelling techniques to assess the physical and biochemical factors impacting our seas and coastlines, to understand the roles of marine ecosystems and their functions, to map habitats and species in our seas to assess their vulnerability to human pressures, and to maintain the health of wild and farmed seafood, to minimise economic loss and maximise food security, and to aid our understanding of these systems and to control human health risks associated with aquatic food. Through these activities, we provide advice to inform regulatory measures for the protection of coastal and marine environments. And we collaborate with colleagues across national and international governments and agencies and academia, including through our strategic alliance with UEA, to develop cross-disciplinary links and to provide advice on sustainable management of resources. So we welcome the opportunity to continue working with colleagues across agencies, academia and industry to derive these integrated solutions, these truly integrated problems. So yeah, thank you for your attention.
Hello. Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Paulette. That was great. And well, apologies to everybody. We seem to have overrun again. But I think that if people need to go, obviously, please leave. But the panel can convene at the front, and we'll still take give the opportunity for some questions, because most people seem to be remaining in the room. So if the panel, if you can come down here, please, and Paulette, hopefully you can stay online. I can't see you at the moment, but
I am
you're
here.
there.
Yeah.
Right. So and Colette, you're looking for questions online. So questions, please.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? So I'm a very small fry person in this audience. I'm Claire Higson from Thetford River Group, and we do monitoring and engaging using HANA kits for NMP, and we go enabling local communities to find out about their water quality. Really, my question is about adaptation, and particularly in this region with the agribusinesses, and to learn from all the overseas projects which put so much effort and funding criteria into local communities, and maybe we could learn something from that, and what the panel think might be the input of local citizens.
Okay, thank you. I'll just pass maybe to Jeff and just pass along.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I think that there is a role for that, and that's certainly something that we're keen to explore further. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of good citizen science examples out there. So yeah, let's have a conversation.
Well, perhaps what I could perhaps add is there are citizen science projects that are going through even through the water security hub that we are involved in Addis Ababa, and maybe there are learnings from there that could be useful. That's the most I can think of.
Paulette, would you like to comment?
Yes, I'd just like to say that one of the biggest problems we have with doing these assessments, and particularly trying to find out what is the most useful and practical at the local level, is data collection. So yes, citizen science is I think a wonderful tool to enable that sort of conversation to get going, and to help us understand the problems on the ground, rather than having to rely totally on sometimes limited data sets in order to make these assessments of what the best changes and management strategies may be.
Thank you for that. Is there any other questions? One at the back.
Thank you all. This is a really interesting panel. I'm not a modeler, so apologies if this question doesn't make sense. My name is Catherine Farr, and I'm here with WaterAid today. I'm really interested in how you think about modeling with respect to behavior change. So we know that a lot of times when we try to decide what the right course of action to take is, especially when implementing new policies, that we might not get it right in expecting what people will do. And I think, you know, when we put restrictions on water usage in homes and suddenly everyone starts watering their garden extremely because they think they'll run out of water next week, so they want it to look nice this week. And that's not why the water restrictions were put in place. So I just wondering if any of you could speak to kind of thinking about that aspect of people's reactions in trying to assess the right course forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go straight to Jeff again.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, we do model this. We have a statistical model of per capita consumption that we use, and we relate to the weather and day of the week and all sorts of other factors. We also look at it in terms of our long-term modeling. And the smart metering that was mentioned earlier, that's also going to give us a really rich source of data that we've not had in future, which probably would enable us to look at other types of neural network models, for example. So yeah, it is really important. The other thing that we look at is the kind of dependency on our overall solutions in terms of what we're assuming about customer, people's behavior, because that's really, really important. And a 10 litres per head per day, could make a sort of 70 million litres a day difference at the regional level. So it's really significant.
I'd just like to support what Jeff said. Is this working? Yeah. Basically, although I haven't personally modelled behaviour change in the water resources section, in terms of climate change mitigation, so in the Tyndall Centre, Charlie Wilson, who's now at the University of Oxford, actually worked with the UK government, with BEIS, on behaviour change in order to get behaviour change in terms of climate change mitigation included in integrated assessment models. So it is becoming increasingly incorporated in modelling of all kinds. And this is, of course, not only representing this behaviour change, but actually doing the social sciences. So there are a lot of people in the School of Environment in UEA, so Jason Chilvers leads the group, actually looking at public acceptability of various environmental policies, in particular related to climate change mitigation, and trying to understand the societal acceptability and the feasibility. And, in particular, I know that Charlie's done a lot of work on smart meters in homes, and possibly also water meters, I don't know, and the effectiveness that they have in reducing water consumption, and how technology can actually, if you have the right technology, it can then help people to change their behaviour, actually, even if they think they didn't want to. So there have been some fascinating examples of devices that have helped people to monitor their environmental impact, can actually then inspire people to become competitive with each other in reducing their environmental impact. And so the keeping up with the Joneses changes from my car is bigger than your car to using less water than someone else or less energy than someone else. So.
Paulette, would you like to comment?
Yeah, no, thank you. No, Rachel sort of hit the nail on the head there, really. And it's very, I don't have much more to add to that, but I think over the last couple of years we've definitely seen some maybe sometimes unexpected reactions by the public to certain, to certain indicators that change was about to be imposed on them, and so I think it is important, very important, to include social sciences in all of these integrated assessments to take into that sort of those sort of behaviour changes into consideration. Thank you.
So we've got a question from online from Dal Sweetland. How can you use quantitative integrated assessment to inform the spatial location of growth through maximising the use of embedded carbon in existing infrastructure?
Wow, that's a big question for 5:30 on a Wednesday afternoon. I'll probably need to hand over to someone who's a lot smarter at these kind of things than I am. But yeah, I mean, I can see where Darl's coming from with the question. And clearly we want to be able to factor that stuff in, and we do, in terms of our sort of water resource planning, we have carbon as one of our kind of metrics, as we referred to earlier, in terms of how we can try and reduce that, and also have it explicit in the kind of trade-offs that we want to make. So, if we want to leave more water in the terrestrial environment for chalk streams, for example, and that forces us to do desalination, how are we trading off carbon as part of that? So anyway, I'll hand over to Rachel.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So that is actually an important part of the OpenClim project that I described earlier. So, for example, when we're looking at land use decision making, we consider different scenarios. We haven't done this yet, but we are planning to do it shortly. When we have decisions to make about where is urban development going, for example, we can look at different scenarios of where that is going. And in particular, we look also at nature-based solutions and restoring ecosystems in the floodplains. So we look at a combination of basically a spatial map of where are we going to restore ecosystems, where are we going to put urban development, and what crops are we going to grow where, and then and how are we growing those crops. And then each of those has an effect on carbon. So obviously the urban development itself, so the extent to which you use green roofs, the extent to which you concrete it over and cause a flood problem or not. And then in terms of the ecosystem restoration, what is the ecosystem that you're restoring? And is that resilient itself to climate change? How much carbon are you storing in that ecosystem? And then in the agriculture, can you use regenerative agriculture and store carbon in the agricultural system? So that, of course, is a very complicated system. We can't look at all elements of that, but we are taking steps in that direction in our OpenClim project to try to show how can we try essentially to create synergies between climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation. Because obviously in the UK with our net zero targets, we also have this huge adaptation gap. So how can you actually make one land management plan and one water allocation resources management plan contribute to both mitigation and adaptation? So that's what we're trying to work towards.
That's pretty comprehensive, but I would just like to add perhaps to someone who's trying to look at, well, what are the potential options that could help in terms of mitigation as well as adaptation. There's a raft of research on something called climate smart agriculture, climate smart water management, and under that heading, you might find more information on those kind of projects worldwide. Thanks.
Paulette, any closing comment?
Yes, I don't have much more to add to that, but yes, it's a need to look at the sort of combined effects of a sort of land use management change or water use change, but also to assess those impacts or influences spatially, so that you can use the best sort of spatial targeting of measures to achieve your desired outcomes.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think with that, then probably it's time to draw the session to a close. So I'd really like to thank all the speakers, I think, for making great contributions. It's been, I think, a very great. I mean, the first session was great, but I think this has built very well on that first session. And look forward to, again, this is not the end of the day for those that are coming to the dinner. There's a dinner at Assembly House at 7:30 for those that are taking part. And then we will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. So it's good to see all of you, so many of you remaining at this stage. So I think that shows a lot of enthusiasm for tomorrow. So please be here a little bit before 9, because we'd like to start at 9. So that's not arriving at 9. If you could aim to arrive a few minutes before, please, and we'll start at 9 tomorrow. So if we can just maybe show our appreciation to the speakers in the usual way. And see you tomorrow or tonight, whichever. And then we put it in there in a chart. And